talk to Brandon.
Okay, it is 2:30. I will call to order the study session scheduled for today. I'm going to look at staff and see if Mr. Scragg has some comments to make before we turn it over to Mr. Hammond.
Thank you. I'll make some opening comments. At the point that this study session is as promised in response to concerns raised about operations and various aspects of the animal shelter. As you may recall, at the point that the animal shelter transitioned from the Salina County Health Department to the City of Salina, it was necessary to make a decision about which department to place the animal shelter in. It was deliberately chosen to put in the Parks Department, trying to be more compassionate as opposed to the Police Department, to try to be not entirely enforcement oriented. And so as a result then, it's in the Parks Department and under the supervision of the Parks Director, which is currently Jeff Hammond, has been for quite a while, but he wasn't here at the time that it transitioned from the Health Department. So the presentation today is going to be made by Jeff. He's done quite a bit of work in conjunction with the Deputy City Manager, myself, Monique, from the animal shelter. The other thing that I would tell you is there is a lot of information here. I'm not sure we're going to get through all of it today. Just by happenstance, next week we do not have a study session topic identified. So if need be, we could roll over and extend the conversation into next week if that becomes necessary. With that, Jeff's done a lot of work trying to break all this down, gather the information, and put it in kind of a logical progression. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Scragg.
Your mic on? Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay.
As Mr. Scragg said, my name is Jeff Hammond. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director, and to my right is Monique Hawley. She is the Animal Services Manager. Monique's been working for the animal shelter for a long time. She's been with the county previous to the city operation of the animal shelter, and she started for the city as an animal control officer in 2015 and was promoted to lead animal control officer in 2017, and as in 2019 she was promoted to the animal services manager position. Monique and I will be working on several different parts, but I'll be doing most of the talking, but she does have a few parts that she'll be taking care of. And I got this broken into sections, and after each section I have an opportunity for comments and questions if you have any. Animal services operations. Our hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We currently have walk-ins available on Wednesdays from 11 to 4 and Saturdays from 10 to 1:30. We also provide animal control in the city 7 days a week. That's from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we also do overnight hours for on-call. So if the shelter does get called out for specifically oftentimes a sheriff or city police call, they'll get called out in the middle of the night to take care of an animal. Some other information related to the slide, adoptions typically take 30 minutes. So those walk-ins from 11 to 4, we try to get as many adoptions as we can during that time, 30 minutes each approximately. And overnight hours, there is on-call pay for that, for the animal services staff. They share a phone, and they also have radios available in their vehicles. Services provided by the animal control staff, currently by appointment only, are adoptions, pet surrenders, donations. You'll notice that donation is under both categories of appointment needed and not needed. Depends on the size of the donation, depending on how many resources it might take to accept the donation. Sometimes there's photos that go along with that. I won't read every detail of this, but I do want to point out that we do have appointments available. We have an appointment schedule for those adoptions and for surrenders and for different permits and release and transfer agreements at certain times. And then currently, as I said, walk-ins are available on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And some of the services that animal control provides. Also some other items. some of the typical ordinances that get enforced by their animal control staff: no proof of rabies, no proof of license, animals at large or off leash, and permit inspections for the city clerk's office. They do check on doggy daycares and groomings, grooming facilities, multi-dog permits, dangerous permits, things like dangerous dog permits. Surgery center. The surgery center was an addition made to the facility it's kind of adjacent to the animal shelter facility. The surgery center provides low-cost spay and neuters for the public, as well as the shelter animals that are in Monique's care. I wanted to make sure I didn't have it in the slide, but the low-cost spay and neuters, I wanted to make sure everybody knows what the prices of those are. For a cat neuter is $60, a cat spay is $75, a dog neuter is $85, and a dog spay is $95. There are some additional services that can be added to that as an add-on. Surgery is managed by one contracted veterinarian. That veterinarian's been with us for about 3 years?
3 years, yes.
3 years, yes. And 2 animal services staff assist with that as surgery technicians or vet techs. Right now we have surgeries on Thursdays, 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. approximately, depending on the number of animals. We had Mondays as well. However, our veterinarian picked up a job, so they're only available 1 day a week. We would like to have more surgeries so we can try to capture more animals that are the feral cats population, so we can try to get 15 to 30 cats per month to reduce that feral cat population. Timely surgeries do allow for next day adoptions. And the number, you can see some of the typical number of surgeries we do on those Thursdays. The low-cost spay and neuters, we do that by appointment as well through our software, our Parks and Recreation Civic Rec software. Organization, as you can see, Monique has animal control service coordinator, a lead ACO, and 4 animal control officers currently. Right now there is 1 vacancy with her animal control officer staff. There's also, we've had the animal control services coordinator has been on leave for some time and recently back from leave. We also are notified just recently that we have another animal control officer that is announced his resignation. However, we do have 2 officers that are in the process of being hired. One is starting here this month, and the other is in process going through the human resources process to become a potential employee. The scheduling of staff for animal services is, for some time now, you've been operating, animal control staff have been working 4 10s or 10-hour days, 4 days a week. It's a 7-day-a-week operation. And oftentimes, as I said before, the call-outs do become hit or miss, and then that often leads to some overtime. I guess what I'm trying to say is oftentimes they might have that 3 days off, but doesn't feel like 3 days off because they're getting called out for on-call at night.
You might be sure to touch on the proposed org chart.
I will. Thank you. Let me go ahead and do that right now. So we have some proposals to add to the staffing table, to add a few positions for her operation, for Monique's operation. One is a receptionist position, to be an admin 1. We do recognize we've had some inconsistent front desk customer service, whether it be by phone or coming to the desk. It's kind of been by proxy, whoever's available to cover the front desk. If we have that receptionist position, we can dedicate some and consistently provide some customer service, whether it be by phone or through dispatching calls, or to accept people coming into the door. Additionally, there's an animal care technician proposed on the staffing table as well. And that animal care technician would be a full-time person to clean kennels, to clean floors, to maintain the expectations that the state has for us for cleaning. Other items and notes relating to staffing, the recent pay plan, the city that got underway or completed has had a positive effect on recruiting for her positions. So as I said, bringing more consistency to customer service, and we can do more deep cleaning and consistent cleaning with those animal care or animal care technicians. Wage ranges, I provided the wage ranges for animal services staffing, and this is what is been updated from the pay plan. The animal care tech, which you see there, is proposed, and the receptionist position or admin 1 is proposed position on the staffing table. The animal care tech is very similar to a custodian position that we already have within Parks and Recreation. Also, I want to make sure the commissioners know that temporarily a full-time Parks and Rec employee has been assisting Monique in her operation for the previous 2 weeks to try to get some more bodies, some more hours at the animal shelter while we're going through this transition of people, while she's losing people and getting them back. Expenses and revenues, I'm not going to go through this in detail. However, I just want to point out the donation lines. We have previously received a Petco grant. That's ended in 2020. 2020 was the last year we received any funds from the Petco grant. We have not received any other grant funding since then. We've made 2 applications for other grants and had not heard back from them, or we were not awarded those. The donations we're receiving currently are memorials, tributes, corporate donations, trusts, people who put in a trust into their and get an output of or some donation from a trust. Some of those grant funds in the past, though, from the Petco grant were used for facility improvements. The surgery center, for one, was used. The funds were used to create the surgery center. The storefront improvements that we had made, fence improvements that we did. Overview map of the facility. You can see, since if you haven't been to the shelter or not familiar with it, I kind of wanted to give you an idea where the surgery center sits. The surgery center was a former storage area. It was a garage, I think it was, and we converted that to a surgery center. And in the back of the shelter to the west, there's a shelter dog park and a public dog park. The surgery center was completed, it was opened in fall of 2020. The final inspection or final construction project was done in summer of 2020, and it opened that fall and started doing surgeries right away, I believe. The overall map of the area, I wanted to point out that from our conversations about shelter dog park versus the public dog park, and some of the information being shared to Monique was about the sharing of animals or the animal sharing spaces, whether it be the public dogs or shelter dogs. We did have a conversation about looking at alternatives for a public dog park in the area. And on the south side of that map, you can see there's potential space for a large dog park and a small dog park. Not as big as the dog parks on Markley Road. However, there's potential there to take an opportunity for that space to put in a dog park there, which would allow for the entire space in the back of the shelter to be used for their purposes, exercising dogs and doing some outdoor adoptions when two dogs need to meet each other, and to make sure they have a compatibility, that space can be used for that. And I'll say it later, I have it on a later slide, but I'll include it now, there was the information being shared from the state inspection did say that there was was it a requirement that there had to be, they couldn't share space, dogs couldn't share space?
The public dogs and the shelter dogs could not share space.
Make sure you're, and
The shelter dogs and the public dogs could not share space because of disease transmission. So we were trying to keep them separate during those times. We have it from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., both the dog parks. And then from 11 a.m. on, the public gets the big dog park in the backyard, and then we have the little dog park and then our north dog park.
We did seek clarification from the state regarding their request to separate shelter dogs and the public dogs. It was more of a recommendation than a requirement, but we did do the exercise of looking at alternatives for potential dog park spaces. At this point, any questions or comments before we move on to the next section?
On the dog park, does the public actually use it?
They do. There's a few people that actually come in religiously Saturdays and Sundays afternoons, but there are a few. There's a lot of people who come in off the interstate and find us a little quicker than they find the park on Markley Road, so they tend to use us. So there is usage of the dog park.
The donation fund balance, what specifically is that for?
It's primarily used for improvements to be done. Some of the donations do have a specific nature to them, like they want it for a bench and a bench only. Some are for memorial of an individual or memorial of a dog. We have been working quite a bit for the past year and a half or so to develop a memorial plan and recognizing donor plan in the lobby of the shelter. We just haven't got there yet. But it's primarily for improvements.
Improvements. Well, it seems like we got a pretty hefty balance that, there's money to do improvements. What's the average time for a spay and neuter?
If you want to get that, Mo.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
How long does it take for your veterinarian to do the spay and neuters?
Very quickly. We timed her. I think a female cat is like 5 minutes? 6 to 7 minutes, and then a male cat is 4 minutes. So it's very quick. We prep it, get it on the table for her, do all the prep work for her. It goes into surgery, she does it, we take it off, and then she goes right on to the next animal.
So is it similar?
It's a very quick process.
Similar for a dog?
Yes, a little bit longer for a dog because they are a little bit bigger, but it is a very quick process for her as well on that.
Okay. Previously, that K-State mobile unit was coming through with students. Why was that discontinued?
They had other communities who needed their help a little bit more than we did because we had a vet there. When we had our vet there 2 days a week, we were able to do the trap and release program a little bit better. But since we don't have her those 2 days a week, we're kind of lacking a little bit for the trap and neuter. I am working with Dr. Crowder at K-State to try and see if we can get somebody to come over, whether they bring their unit or whether they just use our surgery center and use our equipment and everything there. That's what we're trying to figure out, see if we can just get a couple of bodies down to help us out with that.
Okay. And what does the animal coordinator do?
The animal coordinator basically is kind of like my assistant. They help me with the spay-neuter clinic, help with getting donations, help with trying to get some funding that we've been looking for. They really just help, kind of a person that helps me get things along in that upper process.
Okay. Thank you.
There's also requirements for drugs for the DEA that person also takes care of as well, for documentation of some of the different types of medicines and things that are used by a shelter. So the control of those, is that part of that position's responsibilities as well?
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Will the budget that we'll be addressing later today include these two new positions?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, the budget numbers haven't changed. The staffing table includes them on the premise that we're going to have to find savings within the Parks Department to fund them. But the intention is to authorize them immediately so that we can fill them in 2023 and into 2024.
Okay.
So on to current operations.
I had one quick question.
sorry.
You talked about expanding potentially the dog park to the south, so that would be where the community garden area is? Is that what, as you look at the map, the second map?
No, south of the
It'd
parking
be-
lot.
Right. So if you're, it'd
Oh,
be
south.
south of Carver Center.
Okay.
That parking before the.
Oh, I see, clear down there, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. The community gardens there, that would not change.
Okay. Okay. And the property to the north, that looks like abandoned railroad right away. Do we own any of the ground to the north? Or
No.
That's our
we've-
property line?
We've looked in the area and we're kind of boxed in beyond what you see there
Okay.
on that
Yeah.
aerial.
Okay.
I did purposely look at that today because we thought about expanding some of our area to the north, but it really, the railroad has the zone there, if you would.
So if we found that we needed more actual area for kennels or whatever, we could expand to the west with the actual building and then move the dog park to the south would be kind of the
That is correct,
thought
sir.
process.
Yes.
The dollars that are in there for the donation balance, you said they're for like facility improvements. Is there, I mean, can it or be used for personnel if we needed to do that, or is it? I'm just asking. Usually those dollars do go to facility improvements. I just didn't know if there
I've
was
not made a formal proposal to the city manager regarding using that for that purpose.
something we.
It's been our intention and our operating model to use it for improvements to improve her operation.
Okay.
Yeah, for what it's worth, we have spent some time trying to parse the history of those donations and to kind of add some structure to the donation process because people want to dedicate them to cats or dogs or particular uses. So we're trying to get that organized. And one of the reluctances of using it for staffing is just that's an ongoing expense that you don't know if the donations will continue to fund. So we've generally tried to target improvements, recognizing we need to fund the staffing through the general fund.
Okay. Thank you.
So current operation, I'm going to start this and I'm going to let Monique take over. So we did find one error. The current inventory of cats under the number of available cat rooms, it says 22. It's actually 18. Some time ago, there was a renovation of the cat room, so that was reduced by 4 kennels. So I just want to make sure I point that out to you. Secondly, since earlier this year, we've been at capacity or near capacity of the shelter for dogs and cats, and we've been there for some time. Sometimes it's been so much that we've been unable to take any new intakes, whether it be strays, surrenders, or seizures even. Per a standard of the state, we have to have an appropriate safe space for each animal that we care for. And if we're at capacity, that poses a difficult question or difficult operation to maneuver, if you will, to try to make sure we can try to take these cats and dogs. Really has put a stress on the operation. We have looked at some additional kennel space. Currently, our garage space can be used, according to the state of Kansas, as a potential overflow space. However, we need to do some improvements there. We would need to put in air conditioning and air condition the garage so we can keep the temperature at a proper temperature. And we have looked at that as the ability to take care of the overflow, the additional strays and cats that come in, strays and cats and dogs that come in. And it has been looked at and reviewed by the state of Kansas as a potential improvement. Lastly, I'm going to pass it over to Monique. You'll notice that the numbers I have for the number of dogs, the current inventory of dogs and cats, were from last week, the 5th for the dogs and 7th for cats. But Monique has updated numbers, and I'm going to let her pass it over to her, and she can go through those with you.
On the adoptable dogs that we have available right now, we have 6. We have 1 stray dog. We have 4 dogs being evaluated, and that would be if they have a surgery coming up or if they have a medication that they're taking, they can't be adopted out. We have 6 dogs that are waiting for surgery right now. We have 9 pit bulls on the large dog kennel side, and we have 0 court hold dogs on that kennel side. So total, we have 26 dogs in the large dog kennels. So we have 6 available kennels open right now, but one of those kennels is being held for quarantine for 7 to 10 days because we had a parvo dog in there. So we keep that kennel quarantined for 7 to 10 days while we sanitize it daily just to make sure that we're not having a dog pick up parvo from that kennel. The current inventory of court hold dogs has not changed from the previous balance that we had. We still have in the court hold, we have 7 pit bulls that are waiting for court. We have 3 other dogs that are there that are being held for court. We have 1 wolf dog that is awaiting transfer. And then we have a kennel full of 10 puppies, pit bull puppies, that is children of one of the pit bulls that's waiting for court.
I think it's noteworthy where the wolf dog is being transferred to.
We are hoping to get him to New Jersey. I have a gentleman, a rescue there, Wild Wolf Rescue, who is very interested in her. We had attempted to get her there at the beginning of September, but the person that was going to go with me became sick and could not go. So we held off, and he was fine with us holding off. So our next try, we're going to try for October with that same gentleman. Hopefully we can get them to meet us a little closer than going all the way to New Jersey. We're hoping to maybe meet in Columbus. So that leaves a total of 12 dogs in our court hold. 1 kennel, mind you, has 10 puppies in it. In our current cat inventory, we have 6 adoptable cats. So we have 12 empty spots in the cat room. We have in our cat isolation room, we have 14 kennels, and we have 11 cats in cages in the isolation kennel. 3 of those kennels have 2 cats in each because they're little kittens, and so there's two cats in each of those kittens because they're litter mates, so we keep those together. And then in the cat trap room, we have 8 traps available, cat trap rooms available, and then we have 5 cats in there, so we have a total of 3 open kennels in there. So for all of the cats, we have a total of 40 kennels in there for the cats. Do you have any questions on any of those?
How old are the puppies?
Pardon me?
How old are the puppies?
I believe they are 9 to 10 weeks around in there. We wean mom's been weaned from them for a little bit, so their mom's separate from them.
So what happens is those get larger. Do they have to have their own kennel then at some point?
That's what we're working on right now, is we're getting them so we can split them up, so they'll be 5 and 5.
And as they get older, that goes 2 and 2, or 2 per kennel, and then
Yeah.
eventually 1 per kennel.
Because they're eventually going to get big enough to where they can't all be
Right.
together. So, on the dog and cat, on how a dog or cat becomes our property, either it's from a seizure, a surrender, or a stray. And the process for that is the animal is taken into the animal shelter. We do an intake form. We check the animal for a microchip for ownership. If there is a microchip present, we try and call that person by phone. If we can't get a hold of them by phone and we have their address, we leave a written notification that we have the dog at the shelter. If the dog doesn't have a microchip, we proceed with taking a picture, put it in the lost and found page on our website, and we do a 72-hour hold on each of these animals. And that 72-hour hold starts the day after we get the dog. We provide vaccines, heartworm tests as soon as possible, and we also do a flea and tick control and also a dewormer for any of the animals that come in, and we try and do that right when they come in the door to kind of help head off any problems. In 2021, the Animal Shelter Services modified our operations by instituting the appointment system for pet surrenders, court holds, visitations, and microchipping. On Wednesdays, as Jeff said, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, we do not have, it's a walk-in basis. You don't have to have an appointment. So you don't need an appointment for pet-related items such as pet licensing pickup, lost and found reclaims, and dropping off strays. Benefits to the current procedures for adoptions is potential decrease in the spread of disease for the animals in the kennels. The dogs are calmer in a one-on-one meeting with their new owner or their new adopter. There's less overall stress. Controlled access to the dogs and kennels. Visitors are no longer allowed to have access to the kennels. This reduces dog bites for potential adopters in that area. It controls security for us and ensures that each potential adopter will have staff or volunteers available to serve them. And it allows for more consistency for us to be able to respond to other things such as calls out for the publics and citizen call outs. Our steps to adoption. A person is going to see their ideal pet on Facebook or on our website or on our wall. The interested party is going to come in. They're going to view all the photos of whatever pets that they want to see. When they decide what pet they want to see, we ask them for a dog. We do ask them if they have a dog at home. If they have a dog at home, we ask them to please bring the dog. Usually when we make an appointment for somebody that is making a dog appointment, we ask them then and there so they don't have to turn around and go home when they come in. They'll already have their dog with them when they come in. If they don't have a dog, we just let them go through the regular process of meeting the dog and spending some time with the animal. When the person decides either cat or dog, whichever they want to adopt, they fill out an application. They do have to provide a current photo ID. If their photo ID does not match their address that they live at now, we do ask them to bring in a lease agreement or a utility bill. Animal paperwork is drawn up by our staff. The adoption contract is signed by the adopter and a money transaction takes place. We go over vaccination history, the contract, pet insurance, and microchip information with the owner at time of adoption. And at the time of adoption, you also receive your paperwork in a packet, a treat bag, a food sample, a collar, and a leash to take your dog home.
I'll also add, just by my own observation, is that the volunteers from Friends of the Animal Shelter have assisted quite a bit in that process as far as escorting potential adopters to cats or to dogs or bringing dogs to them, so they do assist with that quite a bit. Got a few slides of pictures of what the storefront looks like and some adoption in the lobby pictures. Sorry if I'm taking Monique's thunder, but the two slides, potential work-related hazards and animal diseases and reducing transmission, and these two slides are there. The only thing, I'm not going to read them, and I wasn't going to ask Monique to read them. It's just really the kind of the gravity of the concerns that we have for animals, of the ability of transmitting diseases, trying to prevent that from occurring, and also that we don't take animals lightly as far as our own safety, because injuries and accidents do occur with animals. As part of the slides, I'm not sure if there is a video that was part of one of the slides. I'm not sure if that's something you want to watch or wait to the end, because I know we are do have a lot of content to get through. But that is the end of that section, if there's any comments or questions regarding that section.
Is the video available now? I mean, how long is it? Huh?
A minute and a half.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
This is where the video comes in, so.
Quick question, when individuals are allowed to go back there, or when they were, is it one person at a time, or are there multiple people allowed back at the same time?
Before, when we used to let people go back there, it was multiples. We just didn't really have a count. We just would let people just go back there. We had certain parts that were sectioned off, like for dogs that were like our property but weren't able to be seen. We had certain parts sectioned off, but other than that, they could look at anything they wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
That were adopted.
Adoptable,
There we
yes.
go.
Going on to the, I'm sorry, is there any other questions or comments from that section? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Winholtz.
Okay,
Next section's about some of the recent inspections that the animal shelter received from the Kansas Animal Health and Pet Animal Health, which is under the Department of Agriculture. The full report is attached for the July 11th inspection by the state of Kansas. I have a summary listed. I'm not going to read all the summary of the items. And as I mentioned, on the first page there, on the bottom, there was not an animal in that kennel at the time, and that was in the garage. However, we are looking at that project to condition that space with air conditioning, so we could use that area for kennels. On page 26, just want to point out that certain foods, which really Monique would know better than me, but certain foods are for certain dogs, for certain diets, and they have sometimes different foods that we need to keep available. And it was not, the requirement is putting food into a separate sealed container, and that's why it was, I imagine, out. And on page 28, the lawn mowing of the area behind the shelter, it appeared to me that there was a lot of hands trying to get it done. whether it be Monique staff or volunteer staff or park staff. And Monique sought a quote to do it all per week, and it was a pretty reasonable quote. And now we're doing all the area inside the fence and the behind the shelter is by one contractor. And the park staff does the remaining areas outside of the fence area. The equipment that was, some of the access to equipment just seemed to be undersized or underpowered. So to try to make consistency to that and make sure everything's trimmed, make sure fence lines are trimmed, outsourcing that was a good choice. And then there was a second inspection, and the second inspection was recently August 30th. Let me back up a minute. The first complaint, I want to make sure I say it, the first complaint was from a citizen regarding maintenance and welfare issues. The second complaint for August, and based on the August 30th inspection, was for regarding dogs not being let out for exercise. And again, that full report is attached. And again, I'm not going to read every item of the inspection to you. It is provided as the attachment. The exercise plan, we did have an exercise plan. It was part of our operational procedures, but it is being updated. And I noticed that when I was looking at this, there's a word got dropped off on page 32. Volunteer fosters have more than allowed 10 foster animals on their premises. The foster program is going to take a little more effort and thought, and a more of a critical overlook, more so than we had the ability to provide for you today. But it's no doubt in my mind, and I imagine Monique's as well, that the foster program is very important, and to the community and to the shelter. And page 33, in progress are the kennel tech. That kennel tech position currently is a temp seasonal position, and they're restricted on the number of hours over the course of a year that they're able to work currently, and hence our proposal for the additional person on the staffing table, so we can have more than that 1,000 hours of that temp seasonal position. Also, just to add to that, as that position alone wasn't solely responsible for cleaning. That was also on the animal control officers to do as well. Provided some breakdown of the cleaning requirements outlined in the Kansas Pet Animal Act. Some of our kennel cleaning process. Monique, do you want to go through that real quick? You can summarize if you want.
Basically, in the morning when they come in, the excrement the feces is cleaned up, and put in a little bucket and gone through separate. We put that in a separate bucket. A lid has to be on that bucket at all times if we're not actually putting feces in that bucket. Heaven goes through, the kennel tech goes through and sprays with a degreaser sanitized solution, and that sets for 10 minutes on each kennel, on the outside of each kennel. By the time that she gets clear around to from 1 to 32, it's start to go back to 1, and we go through then that with another sterilizing solution, then which it was just wishy-washy. It's a bleach solution, and that then sits for 10 minutes as well. When she gets back to 32, she starts all over at 1 again on the outside, squeegees all that, puts the dog bed in, puts the blanket in, and then the process is then the animals let out of the one side where they're at, put on the other side, then the middle section is cleaned. And that's the whole process for the dogs on the large dog side and the court hold side. The process is basically the same. So it's 20 minutes sanitizing for each kennel. And that also, we also have to time in for them to clean out the water bowls, to spray them out and scrub them out, because there's a little kind of a slime that kind of will develop on the bottom of those bowls. So that has to be taken care of every day. We're working on some new bowl systems that we can make it a little bit easier to clean, whether we pop those off and replace them with another bowl. But we're trying to work on that as far as like keeping those bowls clean. So it's pretty much, it's a long process. She usually starts at 6 o'clock in the morning, and depending on how many dogs we have, sometimes she doesn't get done until 9:30. But she's got a routine going, so she can usually get done pretty quick. We try and have one day where she does a deep clean, where she scrubs all the sides of the walls and around the glass, and try and keeps that, gunk from building up, because they're little muddy feet and those kinds of things. So it's a long process. The cat process is equally as time consuming, because everything has to be soaked. All the dishes, all the litter pans, everything has to be soaked for 10 minutes in a bleach solution. All the kennels have to be sprayed out, clean litter boxes, clean bedding, clean their little crunda beds. So it's a long process, but we want to make sure everybody's clean and has a soft bed, a towel, a blanket, or that to lay on.
Thank you. I listed the walking requirements per the Kansas Pet Animal Act. And I listed the exercise plan that we had previously had that we're currently updating. And watering and feeding requirements that are outlined in the Kansas Pet Animal Act as well. Water bowls in the dog parks, so the outdoor locations are being emptied after each use, so after every dog. And then looking at some self-watering bowls for outdoor applications. Questions or comments about that section about the inspection portion?
Do volunteers assist in any way with the husbandry practices? Or is it only the staff that does that kind of cleaning and sanitation?
The cat volunteers do help with, they'll change litter boxes for us, they'll give food, they'll add water if somebody needs water. The same thing with the dog walkers, they clean up the feces in the kennels sometimes, or they'll clean up feces out in the dog park. They do fill water bowls, and they'll give treats, or if somebody needs food, I know that the volunteers have gone through and helped us give food when it's necessary, when we've been kind of understaffed. So they do help.
But there's no restrictions in the state's policy or in our policy with letting them do the same things that the hired staff does?
There is
Training
no
issue possibly.
There's no restrictions for the friends. They can clean up feces. That's kind of when they go walk dogs, that's kind of what they do. They'll clean up the feces after the dogs that they've walked, or change water if they need to change water.
To clarify, there are some restrictions that that the operation of the shelter has placed regarding what volunteers can and can't do. Mm-hmm. There's a slide coming up about how we want them to do that. There's certainly restrictions. We would not have a volunteer helping with surgery. The volunteer would not help with animal control out in the public. And there are certain animals that they cannot walk, whether it be if it's not our property, if it's a court hold animal in which it's not technically her property, it's evidence, if you will, and volunteers are not asked to walk those. I'm missing one. Yeah, I'm missing something else, but yeah, that's an example of what they can and can't do.
Out of the two reports by the state, what were the most glaring deficiencies, and what have we done to correct those?
I think the most glaring deficiency was the foster program, of getting some administrative control, more oversight over the foster program. I think there were some communication issues between Monique and the veterinarian. about documentation, that the veterinarian provided the documentation, but Monique didn't have access to it, and didn't know where it was. I think as well the mowing, which I think is resolved now, and having consistency of someone, just one person being responsible for mowing. I think those were some of the most glaring items in my mind.
I guess I would note, if you've looked at the state requirements, they are minimum standards. We've had conversations, I've had feedback from citizens that it's easy to have a higher expectation than the state requirement in terms of daily cleaning of the kennels. It provides for, if you have automatic waterers, if you don't, watering every 12 hours, and the feeding frequency. But our goal, our conversation has been staffing in order to meet the minimum, and then if we're able to exceed the minimum, whether that's through staff capacity or volunteer assistance, that's terrific, but our focus has been the minimum standards imposed by the state.
When the tech is in there cleaning the kennels, are the dogs barking hysterically for that whole 3 hours?
They're not hysterically barking, but they're barking. It's they're consistent. The activity alone with people walking by them, yes, it does cause them to bark.
Okay, moving on to volunteerism. Speaking with volunteers over the past month or so, they've shared some, they've been rather candid with me and Monique about some of their challenges. Volunteerism hasn't decreased since COVID. Previous to COVID, they had 100+ volunteers, and now they can count about 30, or just a hair below 30. They're currently without a board president. There's an application that needs to be filled out. There's a release form that needs to be filled out by the city. It's a volunteer release form. Background check is required, as we would do with any volunteer position within Parks and Recreation or within the city. Volunteerism entails walking dogs, which we've already mentioned this, assisting with adoptions, providing enrichments for cats, cleaning up and feeding and watering dogs. As a result of the state inspection, several changes were put into place to decrease the risk of disease transmission. Shortly afterwards, the volunteers that do a lot of the dog walking decided to step back or pause, or their willingness to volunteer. They don't typically assist with care of activity of dogs that are being held for court, are not shelter property, or in the surgery center. And as of recently, we haven't received a schedule of when they would be there. We used to get a schedule ahead of time. Some of the changes that Monique put into effect based on the feedback she was getting from the inspection, picking up poop between dogs that are brought out, so not leaving feces in the yard when there's another animal there. Limiting the number of dogs so they can be watched for diarrhea or watched for activity or behavior. And having 3 dogs in the small dog park at one time, since it's a smaller space. And I mentioned before about the state instructed separation of public and shelter dogs, and we did look at implementing that. However, we sought clarification, and it was a preference, not a requirement. Putting some locks on kennels for a dog that could be aggressive. The volunteer release form, it was updated in 2018, and I did provide a copy of that release form in the packet. Recently, well, staff, I'm not sure it was recently, but staff requested volunteers to complete the updated release form. Many of the volunteers had been there for some time. They did fill out a release form, but it was older. It was pre-2018. The updated form has language in it they don't agree with, and I list some of that items here. Of their statements relating to that release form. the city may have, based on their request for it to be re-reviewed or reviewed, I did have that document reviewed by our city risk manager, and it was their opinion that the document was appropriate for the activity that goes on as far as volunteers in the shelter and for the protection of the city. And she would not recommend any changes to be made to the document. And again, questions or comments at this time regarding volunteerism or anything we've talked about thus far?
As far as the release form is concerned, if a volunteer innocently gets bitten by a dog, kennel falls, gate, just pure accidental injury, does the city provide first aid and emergency medical care, or does that release form put all the onus on the volunteer to seek their own treatment?
Well, I'm not a legal expert, but I mean, certainly we provide first aid. We would certainly make a call to 911 to get medical care. But the language is such that it does put the burden of a lot of those items on the volunteer. We don't offer workers' comp, unemployment, or any type of medical benefit relating to the volunteers.
Right, because the reason I'm asking, I would imagine if a person went to the emergency room, the usual medical billing procedure is to ask,
Where
in short, basically if there's a third party at fault. And not necessarily a legal fault in the usual sense, but if it's reported as a injury at the equivalent of a workplace, then their insurance is not going to pay up front until all that's gone through all the paperwork documentation that indeed there was no coverage, et cetera. I could see why people would have a little hesitancy to sign that.
So in this release form, it releases the city from any liability whatsoever, even if there's a slip and fall.
Again, I can only speak to the fact that it was created by the city attorney's office for the city of Salina and reviewed by our risk manager.
So I guess I would offer that as an employer, we have more opportunities to manage circumstance like that than we might with volunteers, both on the front end and the backside of an incident. So just in terms of volunteering and that possible exposure, this is the recommended approach.
Is that the same process for a person that volunteers for any city activity? Or just limited to the shelter?
The document was created for the shelter, but we have very similar language in other volunteer release forms or volunteer activities, whether you're a parent volunteer for our leagues for baseball, or during COVID, when we had a lot of volunteers wishing to assist in parks, we had very similar language. I couldn't say it's the same, but it was similar.
As far as the dog walking, is that for all dogs, whether they're court held and everything?
For the volunteers,
I know.
they can only walk just the dogs that are adoptable.
Okay,
Or on that large dog side, they can't walk the cord hold dogs.
okay. Do all dogs get time outside of their cage to, even if they're not being walked, they still get outdoor time?
They do.
Okay.
We implemented a new, a log sheet that the state gal had asked us to, if we would consider doing it. And so we've implemented that within the last 2 weeks, water, walk, and feed. And so every kennel, AM and PM, is the dogs are walked in the morning, the dogs are walked in the evening. There's one person scheduled, sometimes 2 people scheduled to do those 2 activities. So they're getting out in the morning and at night, and then we check throughout the day just to check to make sure that things are picked up, that there's not feces in the kennels as much as possible. Dogs don't have a schedule of when they're gonna go to the restroom, so sometimes they can be out for a half hour, 45 minutes, and they still come in, and that's what they do right when they walk in the door. But we have implemented that to make sure, and that staff is doing that. That it's in their schedule, daily schedule, that at this time and this time you're gonna walk in the AM, and at this time and this time you're gonna walk in the PM.
So when you clean the dog cages, it sounds like it can be divided so that you can clean. How are the cat cages cleaned? What happens to the cats when you're cleaning one of their cages?
The cats have a little, they have a little section for a cat box, and then they have their little living area. For the most part, we just take the cat out, or sometimes they want to stay in there. We clean the cat litter side first and clean that out, and then move over to, usually the cats will go over into the litter box side when we're cleaning this side over here, and then we put their food and water and bed and everything back in there, and then they just go over to the other side. Sometimes they run around and have activities while we're cleaning.
Okay. Thank you.
When they are walked outside, are they strictly on leash, or do they get to run?
We take them out to the dog park, and they get to run either in the small dog park or the big dog park, or the court hold dogs go over to the north side where it's a little bit of a smaller yard, but that's where we're segregated to walk those guys. But they have pretty good size area. Usually it's most likely only one dog in each of those areas, so they have more room to run. But the big dog park and the smaller dog park, they have a lot more room to run, and they get to be with their friends out there.
Or do they come back? You gotta go catch them to,
Yeah, for the most part. There's a few that we have to finagle and catch it, but usually they're pretty good about coming back.
okay. On the court holds, what's the primary reason they're on a court hold?
Usually it's because they're an illegal breed, or because they've done something like attacked a person, bit a person, that kind of thing, or have been loose consistently, and we're getting a nuisance permit on them, and they're waiting for the court to get through to that nuisance permit.
Okay.
So alternative approach, looking at the time, I think I have maybe 15 minutes or so. So the alternative approach of to potentially increase access to the facility. We did look at a potential of kind of going back to what we did, but with some additional controls prior to COVID. Expanding walk-ins. So what could happen is expanding walk-ins to Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, with the addition of what we're already doing on Wednesdays and Saturdays, to 11 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Thursdays would remain by appointment only because that's surgery day and it involves a lot of our staff. The front doors could be open to allow the public to freely enter the lobby. Proposed that we add a full-time receptionist to handle phone and customer service, and then continue to review the facility design to better accommodate day-to-day operations, whether that be looking at some more improvements to the lobby, or looking at the potential evaluation of the entire space. So managing some of those concerns that staff have and the department has of that alternative approach, we would want that people that are interested in adopting be chaperoned by animal services staff or potentially a vetted, experienced volunteer. An adult 18 years of older would accompany that group. If there's any children with the group, they need to be with an adult. Keeping the group size small, making sure all the adoptable pets are in the front. If you say, I'm saying the front, but in the area where they would enter into the kennels to isolate off the adoptable pets only. Because right now you saw on Monique's update, there was 6 adoptable animals right now, is that right? So only 6 that are adoptable for dogs right now. Partition off the areas that the kennels that are not adoptable, provide adequate signage, upgrade the latching system, because that latch sometimes is a kind of an old latch system. Well, I wouldn't say it's old. It's just inconsistent. Is there any questions about that alternative approach at this time? Before I go down to breed specific language.
So when you say walk-ins on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, that can be to bring pets in, it could be for any service?
It'd be no adoption necessary, or I'm sorry, no appointment necessary.
So right now, not only to look at an animal to adopt, but to drop off an animal, you need an appointment
Except
currently.
for on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Okay, Wednesday and Saturdays. And then Thursday by appointment. Okay.
When are you going to be prepared to implement this?
I think we're getting prepared currently. We have some things that we would need to purchase to isolate off kennels. I'm sure we would probably need to report back to the city manager within a quick time frame about our plans and how we're going to do it. And then once we get approval to go forward, we can make it happen. So speculating 10 to 14 days. It's not like we don't know how to do it already because we did it prior to COVID. Monique did it prior to COVID. But we do need, I am a little concerned about the number of staff we have currently at the shelter. We are looking forward to getting those 2 additional people.
So in their defense, they initially proposed to me making this change immediately, and I'd asked them to stop and take a deeper review of all the operations, make sure that we didn't have other challenges that impacted our ability to do this. But as you can see, they've taken a pretty deep dive, and they're committed to going forward.
So what's the process for adopting a cat? We're talking about dogs, so the cats, same thing, individual would go into the room where the cats are. Are all the cats available? Well, I guess there's a few that aren't available for
We have
adoption.
2 separate rooms up front now for cats. The big adoption room, that's where all of our adoptable cats are. And then right off to the side, there's a smaller room that's right before that room. And that is where we keep our stray cats right now. And then the whole back end that used to be trap and release, that's all ISO now for cats because we had an overabundance of need for ISO. So we've been keeping, so if you walk into the cat adoption room, anything in there is adoptable. Unless it has a little note on it that says, hey, I'm not feeling good. I'll be available next week or so, or I'm waiting for surgery. If we've run out of space in the trap room, sometimes we'll move a cat up, vaccinate it, flea it, deworm it, and then move it up to the front kennel, just waiting for surgery, like maybe a couple of days away from that. So I have a cat that I moved up today because we were running out of space and put him in there. And so he'll have a surgery then on Thursday. And he's got a little sign saying he's not adoptable, but it's the same process basically as what the dog is. But we have never stopped people from walking into the cat room. We have just kind of segregated the dog room off, but we've always let people go into the cat rooms.
We continue to talk, we talk about spading, neutering, administering, deworm, the different drugs. Is that all come out of our general budget then? That
Yes.
comes out of Parks and Rec's budget?
Yep, they're a division with a budget just like the rest of them.
So,
If I'm moving on, I gave a pit bull inventory of what we have as our property and what we have on court hold. This was as of last Thursday, and this might have changed a little bit based on Monique's update today. We do have one long length of stay for one pit bull that we are looking forward to potentially creating an arrangement for a transfer for that one pit bull. Limitations and difficulties of transfers have been limited. I was surprised when Monique pulled the numbers. She did 30 transfers last year and 11 transfers so far this year. Those are all, I think there's mostly all pit bulls. Colorado and considering going to Iowa, and we have a few options in state for some transfers. We have considered a cap on the length of stay, but it was a consideration only. And Salina Municipal Court has decreased the amount of time for setting a court date for pit bull cases to 3 weeks rather than 6 weeks. There is a characteristics test that is done that was developed using American Kennel Club breed standards, and that's what the tool that Monique's staff uses to determine if something is a pit bull. If it's unsure or you want further documentation, we get a wisdom test or a wisdom panel test to determine the DNA of an animal. And that characteristics test was reviewed by the city prosecutor and been in place for at least 5 years. Some of the aggressive behavior that Monique's staff looks for, aggressiveness to other dogs, biting leashes. Are they able to put a leash on a dog? Does it require a catch pole versus a slip lead leash? Snapping or biting. That was all based on her staff and herself, her training from the National Animal Control Association, NACA, and how they received training on that. Euthanasia, calculating no-kill rates.
Jeff, let me interject one thing before
Yes,
you
please.
move on. Staff did make a request of me to consider adopting pit bulls locally or in the county, and I just could not approve that in light of the ordinance as it's written. So what we have done is said, well, if we can find a shelter or a rescue, that's kind of an intermediary that's taking responsibility for assessing that dog and making a decision about their willingness to adopt it. But I have not signed off on direct adoption of pit bulls out of our shelter because of the concern that wouldn't be consistent with the ordinance. We do have a provision where a pit bull owner can arrange for transfer to a relative, a fellow owner, but it's not an adoption as if we took possession of the dog and then adopted it out. So that I recognize that policy decision stymies staff in terms of the number of dogs they have and the amount of time that they retain them.
Yes, one question. What percentage of the dogs, the pit bulls you have now have been DNA tested? I mean, most of them or just very few?
Most, I mean, we kind of pulled back a little bit on, we're only now just doing the ones that are going to court. The ones that are strays that nobody's reclaiming, we're using our characteristics test. We can't use the DNA in court. We're just kind of using it to guide ourselves to make sure that we are kind of still kind of in line with that characteristics test. So just the ones that are going to court are the ones that I am sending off the DNA test on, or something that we have a lot of question on. If we're all kind of like, then we'll send off a DNA.
And is that an expensive?
Yeah, it has been. It's at $85 per test, and we were doing every single pit bull, every one that came in, and that's why we pulled back a little bit, because it was getting to be a very large expense for the shelter, and we can't use the DNA in court anyway, but we still want to be able to get that wisdom panel in there and compare what we see for our characteristics test. Are we seeing the same thing with the DNA?
And just to clarify, my understanding of why it can't be used in court is the technician that did the testing, wherever they're based out of, has to be physically present in court to testify and be questioned. And Kansas, other than during COVID, doesn't make allowance for video testimony.
Is there a certain percentage of genetic material that establishes a certain breed?
In the DNA?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll give us, it has like a wheel, and it's the one, the test we use is the one the city prosecutor had requested us to use because it has a percentage wheel. So it will tell us the percentage of how much pit bull's in it and how much other breeds are in it. So if it's 49% or less, it can stay. If it's 50% or more, then that's when we're asking them to either do a release agreement, or if nobody claims it, then we have to try and find a rescue for it.
Okay.
Reminds me of an ancestry DNA type test or report. Moving on to euthanasia. Mo and her staff, they calculate no-kill shelter status. There's a document that I provided. I thought it was a good overview of what no-kill means. Our definition is that we have to have 90% placement rates for animals in our care. The formula is calculated off the total number of live outcomes divided by the total number of outcomes from the shelter, and that number does include pit bulls. Currently, we're achieving a 93% placement rate currently. Wildlife does not count. So I provided a graph of euthanasia over the course of 10 years. We have had the same software for approximately 10 years, so we were able to go back with that data. And the blue is in cats, the yellow is dog, the very top was wild mammal, and the middle section is wild bird. Some of the reasons why animals are euthanized after exhausting other options. In our software, these are some of the reasons given for this year of the euthanasias we've done this year, which I believe is approximately 92. Is that correct, Monique?
Also, on the heartworm, we treat for heartworm, so that one, if we have a dog that's heartworm positive, we do treat that animal. We don't euthanize it.
Question or comments at this time about anything that was presented?
I had two questions. One, when did we take over the shelter from the county? What year was that?
2014?
14, yeah.
2014. And since then, have we been a no-kill shelter since 2014, or was that implemented recently?
That was implemented in 2015.
2015. So prior to that, the county was not considered a no-kill.
Right. It was not no-kill.
Do we have any idea, because I have no idea, what percentage of shelters out there are considered no-kill?
I don't know the percentage.
We certainly can
I mean,
research that information.
I'm just curious.
I mean, it's from the research that I've done, and I'm sure most of Monique's looked at it. There's no-kill organization that you join to get data from. It seems to be something you label yourself or not.
Okay.
And there are kill shelters out there that are striving for that 90%, 93% outcome rate, but they just don't label themselves as no-kill.
Okay.
But they strive for it.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if you had to meet certain standards, or you're part of that was a certification or whatever that
Not that we
made you a
found.
no-kill. Okay.
I mentioned before, I could not verify the accuracy of it, but I did find, I believe, and I don't know, I could not find the accuracy of it, that the Petco grants that we were applying for many years ago did have a qualifier, did have a statement in it, are you a no-kill or kill sheltered, with the theory being that if you said you were no-kill, that you would make yourself more eligible for those said grants. I don't know that to be true. I couldn't verify that information.
We have about another 5 minutes before we probably need to break, so I don't know if we want to, if you think you can get through this yet in the next
I've got
5 minutes, or
5 more pages approximately. I think I can.
Okay.
Give me a minute a page.
okay, let's try to.
Private cremations. We ceased offering public euthanasia being a no-kill shelter and for the overall welfare of dogs and cats. And really, to do that properly, the way Monique would state it was that we needed that full-time veterinarian. We needed someone that's a veterinarian to be more available to us to provide that service, because those animals are not our property if we're being asked to do public euthanasia. So we often refer people to veterinarians for individualized private euthanasias. Crematorium that we do have is used for deceased animals, including animals that in our property that happen to be deceased, animals that have been picked up off the roadway, deceased wildlife. Each cremation takes about 5 hours and is difficult for Monique's staff to operate, so our facilities maintenance staff operates it because of it's a little difficult to operate. In 2020, there was a city commission action for a refractory repair for the brick lining of the crematorium. That cost $30,000. It was determined by the crematorium repair people that it's not suited for individualized cremations. It's more suited for larger scale incinerations or cremations. Wildlife trapping. I did reach out to, or looked at the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. They have a lot of good information about what it takes to be a permitted wildlife control agent or damage control permitted agent. Monique's staff are not currently permitted to trap animals such as skunks, raccoons, possums, foxes, or woodchucks. She does have the power to euthanize them if there is potential rabies or something like that. They do capture bats in homes, and we have loaned out traps for feral cats. However, we refrain from offering traps for wildlife pickup because we're not permitted to handle wildlife. Trap neuter release, we've talked about that a few times. We could, if we had that additional veterinarian or the additional day of a veterinarian, we can do a better job of doing trap neuter releases for the feral cat population. And as Monique's already stated, we have reached out to try to find additional veterinarian services that can come to the shelter or bring the mobile unit so we can try to get more done. In summary, these are some of the things that were the highlights of the entire presentation that we're working on, that we somewhat proposed or offered for your consideration, whether it be walking hours or how we adopt animals and dogs and cats. Some of our improvements on documenting cleaning and food and watering, and some of our staffing proposals. And as I stated, the foster program does need some additional critique and review, so we can get something to the city manager and make sure you're aware of what we're doing. And that's all I have as far as the presentation. But certainly, if we will be here, and if you need us to be.
I thank staff for the report. I think there's a lot more to this than what maybe a lot of us commissioners understood, and a lot more labor intensive than one would have anticipated. I guess I'll look at city manager to see where we should proceed. I know there's some things being implemented.
Right. I think pretty much everything in the summary we intend to implement. I do want to call attention to the capacity issue as it relates to euthanization. That is a big decision point left. There's been conversation about needing to euthanize if we're not able to place an animal in 3 months, or creating some standard by which we begin to euthanize to create capacity for surrenders, captures, the other issues that we're facing. So I do think we're going to take a hard look at whether any facility improvements can be made, but that's more of a long-term issue and has an expense that comes with it. So don't want to leave that issue undisclosed.
Okay. Okay, we are going to break prior to our 4 o'clock meeting. I know there's individuals that are here due to the presentation. If you have any comments, you can email either the city manager or email the commission, and we will take those under advisement. So thank you very much. Okay, it is 4 o'clock. I will call the September 11th regular meeting of the Salina City Commission to order. I would first look to staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
With that, may we have a roll call?
Mayor Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Commissioner Longbine.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye, here.
As we prepare for the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence, I would ask that we remember the tragic events that happened 22 years ago today that changed our world forever, and ask that we honor those who lost their lives and remember the families and friends of those affected by the events of 9/11. And may we also understand that there are individuals who are still dealing with physical and mental health issues due to the 9/11 events. With that being said, can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move into awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the week of September 18th through the 23rd, 2023 as Seniors Week. Sharon Roberts Meyer, member of the Board of Directors for the Dickinson County North Central Flint Hills Area Agency on Aging and co-chair for the Kansas Seniors Got Talent Show, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'd like to introduce those who have come to attend this meeting with me. I'm very proud of my co-workers. Kelsey Pfeifenstill, she's the Deputy Director for the Flint Hills, Central Kansas Flint Hills Agency Area on Aging. That is a mouthful. Linda Morris is our current chairman of our board of directors, and Archie Riggs. I think many of you are familiar with Archie. He is on the board of directors, and he
I'm a
is,
Saline County representative.
yes, he is our, on the board of directors, and he represents Saline County. And I'm on the board of directors, I do represent Dickinson County. So the Sunflower Fair, hopefully you've all familiar with it, has been around for many years. This year, we have added a seniors talent show. Everyone performing is 65 years and older. One of them is actually over 100. So the tickets are only $10. We still have lots of tickets to sell at the Stiefel Theater a week from tonight. So please join us. Thank you for allowing us to do this. Whereas it is a long-held value in and a strong Kansas tradition to honor and celebrate the lives and service of older Americans. And whereas in September, many events to educate, enlighten, and entertain older Kansans, their caretakers and families, are planned in Salina and Saline County, affording our seniors and caregivers opportunities to gather, visit, talk, listen, and learn trusted information and available resources for them and their families in Saline County and the city of Salina. And whereas on September the 18th, 2023, the North Central Flint Hills Area Agency on Aging is hosting the first Kansas Seniors Got Talent event at Salina's Stiefel Theater to showcase talented older Kansans in conjunction with its annual Sunflower Fair in the city of Salina. And whereas the area agency Sunflower Fair provides a fun way for older Kansans and caregivers to get trusted information and resources that empower them to make informed education decisions that enhances their well-being. And whereas If each of us is fortunate, we will live to become older Kansans and want to continue to enrich our own lives and the lives of others through volunteering and by sharing our art, music, singing, dancing, and performance talents. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of Salina, do hereby proclaim the week of September the 18th through the 23rd, 2023 as Seniors Week and recognize the work of the North Central Flint Hills Area on Aging in organizing 2 major events for the citizens of our city and county, and encourage all older Kansans, their caregivers, and families to attend all activities and events happening this week, and in particular, Kansas Seniors Got Talent, Monday, September the 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the Stiefel Theater. The Sunflower Fair, Tuesday, September the 19th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Tony's Pizza Event Center. And witness, I have hereunto set my hand and have affixed the official seal of the city of Salina on this 11th day of September. Michael.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I usually ask if you have anything planned, but I think we've already done that, so.
If you don't know now what I've got
yeah.
planned.
All I can tell you is I meet the 65 threshold, but I don't meet the talent requirements, so I will
Okay,
not be
okay, well,
participating. So
keep
if you'll
practicing.
come forward, I have a certificate for you.
All right.
Yeah.
I kept looking at you.
Am I supposed to smile?
Former mayor. We're supposed to look happy.
Right.
We're happy seniors. Come on over here.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
for
you
being
very
here.
much.
Ah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to item 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the month of September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Kat Davis, mother of childhood cancer survivor Calvin Davis, will read the proclamation.
Hi, yes, I'm the mom of Calvin Davis, who about a year ago was diagnosed with MDS, myelodysplastic syndrome. October 26th, he got a bone marrow transplant, and I'm thankful to say that he's back in school, made JV soccer, and he's lots to be thankful for. The proclamation for National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas childhood cancer remains the #1 disease killer of children in the United States, and whereas on average, the treatment for childhood cancer is 2 years and can cause serious side effects that may last a lifetime, and whereas every year, more than 15,000 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer, that is about 42 children each day. And whereas the number of diagnosed cases of childhood cancers has not declined in nearly 20 years, and whereas childhood cancer affects all ethnic, gender, and socioeconomic groups, and more than 40,000 children undergo treatment for cancer each year, and whereas nearly 60% of childhood cancer survivors experience severe or life-threatening complications in adulthood, and whereas every year over 2,500 children under that age of 20 lose their lives to cancer, that is equivalent to 7 children every single day. And whereas when a child is diagnosed with cancer, the entire family is forever affected. Therefore, in recognition of support of the patients, families, and professionals leading the fight against childhood cancer, I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Salina and recognize the gold ribbon as the symbol of childhood cancer. I encourage all citizens to honor those young people who have lost their lives to this devastating disease and join the fight against childhood cancer in Salina. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas, to be affixed this 11th day of September, 2023. Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I know there's already been some events, and I know there's some coming up, so
I'm Heidi Fireholm Smith. I'm the founder of the Love Chloe Foundation. My daughter Chloe was diagnosed with DIPG in 2006 and passed away in 2007. And as a result of that, we started the foundation, and it has continued to grow over the years and in the community. For September this year, we have our golf and gala, and our golf tournament was just last Friday, and we hosted 50 teams. That was 200 golfers. We did 2 tee times, and so we spent the whole day at the Salina Municipal Golf Course, and it was a great day. We're following that up with our gala, and that's going to be this Saturday at the Tony's Pizza Event Center, and we're expecting more than 450 in attendance this year, so this will be our biggest year for our gala. But it's a great way for us to share those stories of those area children that are in the fight and honoring those children that have lost their battles. And so it's a great event and a way for us to raise a lot of money to help all these families in the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. And I can, as one that has attended the gala, there's not something that's much more emotional. And Kat, we're glad to hear that your son is doing well. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. Okay, we do not have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time, so that will move us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of August 28th, 2023. Item 5.2, consider hiring National Sealing Company of Davie, Florida for $102,428 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $107,549.40, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract utilizing the city's single source purchasing policy with National Sealing Company of Davie, Florida upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. And item 5.3, approve resolution number 23-8150, accepting the conditional grant award for $113,376.71, approving a grant agreement with the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation for the 2023 Kansas Emergency Solutions Grant, authorizing the mayor to execute the grant agreement, and authorizing the city manager to direct any administrative actions and execute any documents necessary to implement the terms of the agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there an item a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda? If not, I would accept a motion for approval.
Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will lead us to administration.
Item 6.1, 2024 budget. 6.1A, approve ordinance number 23-11168 on second reading, adopting and appropriating the 2024 annual budget. Item 6.1B, approve resolution number 23-8147, adopting the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina, Kansas. And 6.1C, approve resolution number 23-8146, adopting the 2024 staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for city employees.
I think we see the light at the end of the tunnel, don't we?
We do.
Getting close. Go ahead, Ms. Pack.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Natalie Fisher, the HR Director, and I are going to kind of tag team on this item. I'll do the first 2 items, and she's going to address the letter C. So the first item on the agenda today is the approval on second reading of Ordinance 231168, which authorizes and appropriates the 2024 annual budget for the city of Salina. This ordinance was passed on first reading on August 28th, 2023. And as you mentioned, this is the final step, the final commission action on the 2024 budget. And if approved, then the state budget forms will be submitted to the county clerk, which then submits them to the state for filing on behalf of the city. The second item on this agenda is the comprehensive fee schedule, which has been reviewed. It was reviewed by City Commission on July 3rd and July 17th at study sessions. Overall, the increases are between 3% and 5% for some items. These increases will take effect on January 1st, 2024. We've talked about all these things, so I don't have a lot to say, but basically, the two action items for me to present are the second approval on second reading of ordinance 231168, which you can approve, you can postpone for consideration, or not approve this on second reading. And the second one is the resolution adopting the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule, which your options are to approve, amend the resolution as you see fit, postpone consideration with direction to us, or do not approve, which leaves the comprehensive fee schedule the same as it was for 2023. Staff recommends option number 1 for both of these items. And I will stand for questions on those 2 items, and then Natalie will come and give you the third one.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Pack on item 6.1, A or B?
Nope.
Okay, any comments?
I did have one. I had asked you previously, before things were really finalized, I think citizens would like to know just what is our total budget. I found it in here.
Do you want me to rattle that off? Because I
Yeah,
don't
go
have
ahead
it
and
in my
rattle it
mind.
off so it'll be official. I'll probably get it wrong.
I do, the total budget, did I even put it in this resolution? I don't think I did. I think I mentioned it last week. I don't even have the numbers in front of me, to be honest.
I thought it was.
But it includes all of, the total budget for the city includes all budgeted funds and non-budgeted funds for the city. So it's like 170,
Just under 170?
yeah, that was the
170
number I
million?
was- Yes, 170 million.
So with one clarification as relates to groundwater remediation, you might explain how we've budgeted that.
Groundwater remediation, as you recall, is the funds that we receive for the Department of Justice. And they received about $67 million 2 years ago. We have budgeted theirs at $50 million, so that's a huge portion of that $170 million. They don't anticipate using all that funding, but in case something happens that they get ahead of themselves, we've allowed that in that funding. So that is a huge portion of that. So it's not really, the total amount is not for the city. So that's a good point to make.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
thought 170 seemed a little high. I was like,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, should we go ahead and let's go ahead and move on with 6.1 A and B, and do you want to go ahead and present C to us then?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I do have some revised documents to hand you, and briefly in my presentation, I'll walk you through what has changed here. Oh, you got that for me? Good. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Beck.
So within the staff report, there's a lot of moving parts. To try to make it as simple as possible, I will break this into 3 sections. What I have in front of you for consideration is first the amended 2023 classification salary schedule, then an adoption of the 2024 staffing table, and the 2024 position classification and salary schedule. In the documents, I also provided a list of all of the changes. If you would jump back and look as far as what was approved last year with the budget to take you to where we are now, to show a lot of the adaptations and changes that have happened along the way. The city manager did have authority to make several of these when there was no cost impact, or as described by the pay plan resolution when there's some revisions in accordance with the implementation of that. And we did have a few final reviews where we made some changes, had a very nominal impact, but those were falling under that category. Others, again, where there was no budgetary impact, those did not come before you, but one item that is before you for 2023 is the consideration of a very small police department reorganization. Chief Weiss has proposed converting that deputy chief role into an additional captain role, and then moving the lieutenants to, instead of a salaried position, an hourly, so they're eligible for overtime, and then adding 3 corporals. So it would elevate 3 different police officers to also take on some of the burden during shift to allow for supervision, and then also to provide some succession to get those individuals ready to take on that next rank. Chief is also here in the event you have any questions for him. The approach as far as what exactly will this cost, it was hard to come up with because quite honestly, we don't know. This was a very conservative approach, thinking there could be a cost impact, so we would bring it in front of you to be safe. There could be savings offset in different overtime savings along with those corporate roles or corporal roles to where it offsets the higher ranks, that it could be a wash, but because this is brand new, we just don't know. So that is why it's in front of you for consideration. Then jumping ahead to 2024, the new positions that have been discussed during budget, those are added, as well as the pay ranges have increased 4%. This is in accordance with the guidance that we've received for a cost of living adjustment. That was 4% effective 1/1 of '24. Let's see here. One thing I will note, when there are some positions that were also added, that doesn't mean we have added positions specifically in those roles. It means that some of our roles may have 3 different possible classifications. For example, we have added a building inspector, but you might see the additional of a building inspector 1 and a building inspector 2. That means when we go out to recruit and to see what those qualifications of the individual are, that gives us flexibility, and then based on their qualifications, we might place them in a 1 or we might place them in a 2. So there are a few of those if you're wondering why you see additional titles and it doesn't quite match with why you don't see all of those listed as new positions. I will back up. I mentioned the revisions. We did, in addition to those new positions in the budget, have some last-minute items that were identified that we wanted to bring forward and get in front of you. Those were positions you learned about earlier at the Animal Services Division, at the Animal Shelter, the Animal Care Tech roles, and then Administrative Assistant over there. And then also, we identified 2 positions in utilities that we did not have in the budget, and filling those roles would be contingent upon us finding the budgeted funds to cover those, but wanted to make sure that we had those in front of you. So those positions are added in the 2023 classified position and grades that were amended effective 9/25. What has changed is the maintenance superintendent role that I mentioned in utilities was not in there. It was in the 2024. So I wanted to be crystal clear that that was in for 2023. And again, because it's not budgeted, we would rely on funds within the department to cover that role before we proceeded. The other document that you received, revisions to pay grades 105 to 106, and then 108 to 111. The hourly rates did not change. Those are correct. It was a formula issue when they went to annualize those amounts. It was plugged and not purely formula due to how our system operates, and I didn't catch it, so that's on me. But those annual dollar amounts needed to be adjusted. Same thing happened with P62, which would be a public safety, P64, and then finally P59, which PS59. We don't have anybody in that classification, but wanted to make sure that this was corrected and updated in consideration for you all. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So I guess basically none of these are a significant change to our budgeted amount that we discussed, is what. Okay, any questions, comments from commissioners?
You talked about some reorganization at the police department. Chief's here, I see. Can we get an update on where we are on staffing?
Yep.
It's a topic nationally that
Yes, currently we're setting at about 67 officers right now. Of course, we're allotted 84, and so we've got some that are in the hiring process. And what made a big difference is, so last year about this time we were running working the streets with probably about 50-something officers that were usable, and by usable, officers that were out of the academy, out of field training. And so since then we've had 11 officers that have gotten out of training that are on the streets now. And so that has made a big difference to our staffing, where we're actually we're not pulling overtime, all the shifts and everything. So that's made a huge difference. And so we are continuing to keep recruiting, and so we're slowly getting our numbers back up.
So it's trending in the right direction.
Yes, yes.
Good.
Any other questions from the commission on items 6.1, 6.2, or 6.1 A, B, or C? Are there any comments or questions from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action, and we'll do these one at a time.
Mayor, I move we approve on second reading ordinance number 23-11168, adopting and appropriating the 2024 annual budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve on second reading ordinance number 23-11168, adopting and appropriating the 2024 annual budget. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 5-0. That will lead us to item 6.1B.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 238147, adopting the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina.
Second.
Thought maybe that'd count as a first and a second and all
right.
together there. So I
sync
didn't know
by
how I was going to
halfway
handle that. So we have a motion, a second, to approve resolution number 23-8147, adopting the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina, Kansas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item also passes 5-0.
You can't hear, you just keep talking.
Keep going, okay. That will lead us to item 6.1C.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 23-8146, adopting the staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for 2024, and amending the staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for 2023.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8146, adopting the staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for 2024, and amending the staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will lead us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, approve ordinance number 23-11169 on first reading, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2024.
Ms. Pack.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. KSA 12-1781 governs the procedures for creation and finance and business improvement districts within cities. The city of Salina created a business improvement district, and since 1987 has delegated to Salina Downtown, Inc. the administration of that business improvement district. As part of that law, in order to collect fees to finance part of the business improvement district programming, the board of directors of the Business Improvement District recommends a fee structure to the city, to the governing body, and the governing body by ordinance must adopt those fees annually. For 2024, the BID or SDI board has recommended an increase of 30%. This anticipates that about $130,000 will be collected in BID fees provided to the SDI for administration of programming in downtown. Today's action would include the approval of ordinance 231169, levying the Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2024. Those will become effective on 1/1. Commission action options are to approve the ordinance on first reading, to approve the ordinance with amendments as you deem appropriate, to postpone consideration, to approve it on first reading and give us any instructions that you'd like for additional information prior to second reading, or vote to deny, resulting in the city not adopting fees for the Business Improvement District for 2024. Staff recommends option number 1, and I also have SDI representatives here if you have any questions for them, but this is also something we've talked about throughout the budget. It's another step in the budget process, basically, just to...
Okay, I look to any of the commissioners if they have any questions for Ms. Pack or for the Salina Downtown Inc. staff that's here?
Yeah, my concern is, at what point are we gonna make it too costly for businesses to be in business downtown? At a 30% increase.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Leslie Bishop, Executive Director of Salina Downtown. The reason for the big increase to 30% is that Salina Downtown BID dues have not been raised for 4 years. And going with my board and the math that they did, the increase sounds like a lot, 30%, but it averages out to be about anywhere from $10 to $14 more, depending upon what your business is. To answer your question, that is a discussion that we have on the table for my board of directors, but because the dues hadn't been raised for so long, we felt that this was, it was necessary at this time.
Any comments or questions from the public? From one that has a business downtown and is downtown every day, if you notice the hanging baskets and some of the different things that SDI has done to continue to keep the downtown area clean, I think it's been dollars well spent. I think that actually the businesses downtown are maybe actually seeing a little bit more of services for their dollars that are being spent. So there, I got on my soapbox as a business owner. So. Okay, with that, I will accept a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of ordinance 23-11169 on first reading, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2024.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve on first reading ordinance number 23-11169, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2024. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you. That will lead us to item 6.3.
Item 6.3, approve ordinance number 23-11172 on second reading, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for the purpose of financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at the Salina Regional Airport and Airport Industrial Center.
Okay, this passed on first reading on August 28th, 2023. Since that time, no comments have been received. I see that Mr. Rogers from the Salina Airport Authority is here. Do we have any questions for staff?
Nope.
Are there any comments or questions from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 23-11172 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11172 on second reading. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. And that passes 5-0. Before we move on, one of the things I was thinking about as I was looking at this is there's a lot of good things going on at the airport, Salina Airport, and I was just wanting to know if maybe staff could get with Mr. Rogers and his staff to kind of give us an update on the financing model. I know some things are done through the use of mill levy. Others are done through rents and fees. I think it'd be good if the commission maybe got some updated information on exactly how that all flows to make everything happen out there. If we can do that.
Certainly do that.
So.
You want to set a due date? 30 days or?
Sure. And again, I don't think it requires a study. I think just a worksheet or something that would help us understand a little better about how things are being financed out of the Airport Authority. I think it'd be very helpful for us. I've been on the board, so I have a little bit of an idea, but I think it'd be helpful for all of us, mainly since there's so much activity going on out there now.
So it's 30 days
That'd be
or less?
fine.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to item 6.4.
Item 6.4, discussion of alcohol laws on public property and restrictions on alcoholic liquor and cereal malt beverage use on public property.
Mr. Hennessy.
Hi, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. So what today is really the first step in a series of discussions to get input from the City Commission on what they would like to see in regards to allowance or disallowance of alcohol on public property. I want to emphasize at the beginning, this is just the first start of the discussion, and this is really just about alcohol on public property. So public property would include parks, streets, right-of-way, things of that nature. It's not really getting into the details of special use permits, although special use permits are a subcategory that we will talk about in addressing this. And it's not in regards to the retail sale of alcohol. It's really just to talk about the role of the different components of the Kansas law, to give you a framework, and to really the first step to get some of your input on what you'd like to see for the city in regards to alcohol on public property. So go ahead and go to that next slide. I broke this down tentatively into 4 different sections. I didn't put any hard breaks or anything in here for questions, so feel free as we get into this to interrupt me and throw things if necessary to get my attention and ask any questions that you may have. There's a lot of different information that is presented in this. So I know it will elicit a lot of questions, so feel free to ask them at any point in time. Go ahead. So, like I said, this is really just to talk about the overall legal status currently with alcohol on public property, current operational approaches to it, and then what the input of the City Commission is in regards to in the future. Like I said, this is just the start of the discussion, and so let's go ahead and start in. I'll go in first of all in the background to give you that component. There's 3 things or 3 components that are defined by either the state statute or the city code, and they seem like some of them are interchangeable, and some ways they're not. So it's kind of a complex combination of 3 different things. So what we have here is a definition for cereal malt beverages, and under the Kansas statutes of 4127019A, it's any fermented but undistilled liquor brewed or made from malt or from a mixture of malt or malt substitute or any flavored malt beverage as defined by et cetera, et cetera. But the most important thing, but does not include any such liquor which is more than 3.2% alcohol by weight. So what this means is the state statute excludes anything from being a cereal malt beverage if it has more than 3.2% alcohol by weight. We'll talk about the alcohol by weight versus alcohol by volume in a minute, but this defines a cereal malt beverage, as opposed to what the state statutes define as beer. Most people like to use the term cereal malt beverages and beer interchangeably, but the state of Kansas does not. They treat beer differently than cereal malt beverage. A beer, which is defined in our code, is a beverage containing more than 3 2/10% alcohol by weight, obtained by the fermentation and everything else that I just read. This is a differentiation that came about in the past. There was 3.2% beer made specifically for Kansas, as well as a number of other states. Those other states included Colorado, Oklahoma, Minnesota. And what happened was, during the time of Prohibition, beer was allowed before the complete expiration of Prohibition, but the amount of alcohol was somewhat arbitrarily set at 3.2%. The end result of this was that brewers made beer specifically to not exceed the 3.2% alcohol by weight amount. Since that time, Kansas, along with just about every other state, has moved away from 3.2 beer being made specifically, and as such, you no longer have beer being made specifically just as 3.2% beer. However, there are still beers that fall under this definition of cereal malt beverage, and this is where it gets very confusing. So even though it was intended to force the brewers, and the brewers agreed to manufacture beer that normally would be 5% alcohol, they manufactured it to be 3.2% alcohol by weight in order to be able to sell it at retail locations in Kansas, in Colorado, and Oklahoma. Since that time, like I said, the 3.2 beer has gone away. Currently, only Minnesota has on their books restrictions for 3.2 beer being sold in retail locations, but even that has kind of been worked around because they have additional licenses which allow retailers to sell higher than 3.2% alcohol by weight beer and or alcoholic liquor. The brewers have, as I said, have discontinued manufacturing beer specifically just to meet this. What that meant in the past was they would sell a lower version alcohol of their beers. But like I said, there are still some particularly light beers, some craft beers, and some fruit-infused beers which still meet the definition. And the Kansas statutes don't differentiate between beer that is made to be 3.2% by weight or under, or beer that just happens to fall within that percentage amount. So that kind of gives you some of the background of the differentiation between beer and cereal malt beverage. And I know it seems very technical and very complex, but it is very important in understanding this as we get further into the regulation on public property. Now, the third definition you have up here is for alcoholic liquor, and that means alcohol, spirits, wine, beer, and every liquid or solid, patented or not containing alcohol, spirits, wine, beer, and capable of being consumed as a beverage by a human being, but shall not include any cereal malt beverage. Alcoholic liquor includes both beer, wine, and everything else, and it includes the definition of beer above, but it does not include cereal malt beverage. I realize that's very confusing, but the state statutes specifically carve out cereal malt beverage as a separate creature, and then they have a definition for beer, which is a higher alcohol content of cereal malt beverage, and then they have alcoholic liquor, which encompasses everything except CMB. And again, I realize this gets, on the surface, it seems like this topic would be very straightforward, but it's not when you're looking at the way the Kansas statutes have been structured. So that's where we're at right now. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The city of Salina does not specifically prohibit alcoholic liquor or CMBs in its code on public property. However, there is a state statute that prohibits alcoholic liquor on public property. So what the end result of this, because of that discussion we had about the differentiation of CMB from everything else, is because there isn't a prohibition in the city code, CMBs are allowed on public property in Salina. The approach that many, if all the other cities that I've examined in Kansas has been, and this would be the recommended approach, although be subject to your input, is to prohibit alcohol on all public property and then specifically go in and exempt those locations that the city commission would like to allow alcoholic liquor and CMBs on. And we'll get into more detail on that. I won't read you this list of exemptions. This is from the state statute, which again prohibits alcoholic liquor on public property subject to these exemptions. These exemptions are for state property, some at the state fair. Shockingly, at the Capitol building is another exemption, and there's another number of exemptions which are in place on the state statute. So that's kind of where we're at right now as far as the structure that the city of Salina has. What we have is CMBs are not prohibited on public property in Salina right now, if they meet that definition of CMB that we just talked about. Alcoholic liquor is prohibited on public property. So that would include beer. Remember, beer is different than CMB. It would include wine and other liquors. The city of Salina has exempted a number of locations from the statutes prohibiting alcoholic liquor on public property. Again, I won't read all of these to you, but this gives you an idea of those locations which have been exempted. And what this means is this location, subject to the rules and regulations that have been adopted for there, can sell alcoholic liquor on those public property locations. As you can see, some of them need to be updated just in regards to, some of the names of the parks have changed. Community access television is no longer at the Memorial Hall. So the city code it will need to be updated in certain areas just to update the names. But the main thing is to get the input from the city commission on where they would or would not like to allow alcoholic liquor and CMBs to be consumed in the city of Salina. Go ahead to the next. Yeah. There are also a number of locations that the city, via its code, has allowed alcoholic liquor to be consumed so long as there is a special use permit for that location. So you can see these in front of you. These are several different parks: Jerry Ivy Park, Bill Burke Park, Oakdale Park. This is an example here. It's called here the East Crawford Recreational Area. So obviously this code is a little dated. We'll have to update the names on that. The municipal golf course and those areas, which basically don't require a special event permit because they have a separate cafe license, which has been approved by the city commission. So these are the locations that, with a special use permit on these public property locations, you can consume alcoholic liquor. And again, when I say alcoholic liquor, it's important to remember there is no prohibition on CMBs on public property in the city of Salina. The only restrictions on CMBs on public property within the city of Salina is in regards to the streets. We have a separate code section that prohibits cereal malt beverages on the public streets, and that's the only regulation of CMBs in the City of Salina code. So on those public streets, this is the code section. This code section prohibits both CMBs and a separate code section, which is, I believe in the next slide, prohibits alcoholic liquor on public streets. One thing that I've identified in this, and talking with the prosecutor, I think would probably need to be updated, is to very clearly indicate that this also encompasses, if there's a restriction on this, it also encompasses the right-of-way, which would be adjacent to the streets. Currently, it's not identified directly in the code. Oftentimes, you treat the right-of-way as an extension of the streets, but I think if the decision is to restrict CMBs and alcoholic liquor in the streets, it would be very important to very clearly identify the right-of-way as another place where there is a restriction on that. Current practice. You've had in front of you, could you pull up the spreadsheet real quick? I don't know how well this will show on the screen, but you have a rather large and bright, colorful spreadsheet in front of you. I want to thank the efforts of Brett Lamer and Jeff Hammond, the prosecutor, Chief Wise, and others to try to put this together. I realize it's very difficult to view. but it is important that you see this. And what this chart demonstrates is essentially 65 different public locations, public property locations throughout the city of Salina. There's three main areas here. There's the legal status of that specific location, there's the current practice for that location, and then a future recommendation. I'll talk about all those briefly right now. So the legal status is basically nothing more than basically in this spreadsheet form of the both state statutes and our local codes and ordinances in regards to both CMBs, beer, and alcoholic liquor. Remember, only on streets are CMBs restricted in the city of Salina. So they're always permitted. And then you'll see the categories where in some locations we require special use permits via that code section that we already talked about. And there's a number of areas where items are prohibited. This is my interpretation, as well as a number of others looked at what the legal status of what is and is not allowed at these different public locations throughout the city of Salina. The current practice sheet that you can see a little bit more to the right is basically the interpretation of what the actual enforcement and engagement with the members of the public on these areas in regards to alcoholic liquor and CMB consumption on public property. It's been somewhat inconsistent with the legal status, because I think there's been a great confusion as to what the legal status was and what was and was not allowed within a number of different areas. So for example, in the parks area, even though while CMBs are allowed, because again, they're not restricted throughout the city of Salina, there is a state statute that prohibits alcoholic liquor, so that would include your beer definition, stronger, higher alcohol content, wine, and distilled spirits from the parks, unless there is a specific exemption. So this chart represents what the current practices are in regards to alcoholic liquor and CMBs on public property throughout the city of Salina. The future recommendation is a very tenuous. This is something that, you know, getting the input of the Parks Board, the other members of the public, then obviously the City Commission is the one that has really the sole discretion to decide where to allow or to not allow the consumption of alcoholic liquor and CMB on public property. You are authorized by the state statute, which restricts alcoholic liquor, to specifically exempt certain sites. And that has been the approach that every city that I've looked at has undertaken. It has also been the approach for the city of Salina that you saw in that code section. The one difference, the city of Salina has not prohibited CMBs on public property. Therefore, there's nothing to exempt when there wasn't any prohibition on CMBs on public property. I think that this is obviously the future recommendation is again solely really up to the final decision of the City Commission. What I have done in working with the parks is take a look at a number of different park locations and come up with a proposed future recommendation. However, that could very easily change in the future. And again, it would be solely up to the decision of the City Commission. This was just the start of this discussion on this subject matter for now. Another quick point to make is this also includes county property located within the city limits. So currently there is an exemption for a number of the county properties located over at the fairgrounds area. because the city commission makes the determination whether or not to exempt those, even though they're county operations. The city commission would still make that decision about whether or not to exempt it. So that's kind of an overview of the current practices and then future practices. Topic 3, open containers. This is the first subject I really looked at, and frankly, it's a little bit more straightforward than what this somewhat confusing structure is in regards to the state statutes on public property and everything else. Currently, the city of Salina only restricts the consumption of alcoholic liquor and CMBs. It does not restrict or regulate the open containers of them. This is something that, is really a policy decision that the city commission would have to weigh in on. I believe the staff recommendation would be to prohibit both consumption as well as open containers on streets and also the right-of-way. And so that's kind of where we stand on open containers. There is, there always are special event permits that can be granted in regards to special events that come up. That is essentially the city commission specifically exempting that property for that special event permit. But currently there is no restrictions on open containers on public property in the city of Salina, but it's potentially something that could be adopted and restricted if that was the guidance of the city commission. Go ahead and go to the next one. And essentially this is a continuation. There is a restriction on consumption on the streets for both alcoholic liquor as well as for CMBs. But that is the only real restriction on CMBs is in regards to streets. Topic 4, future practice. That column that I talked about in regards to future recommendation and future practices, this is a very, very tentative recommendation subject to what the city commission's guidance is. The goal in this is to be consistent with the state statutes and consistent internally with our own approaches and operations in regards to our own code as well as the state statutes. The city commission, as I said, will have the ability to exempt specific properties if they so wish to allow consumption of alcoholic liquor and or CMBs. I want to talk again, just in case it wasn't confusing enough, about the CMBs and the determination, because you will see CMBs listed as alcohol by volume sometimes. You will see them listed as alcohol by weight, and sometimes it's very confusing, and certainly from an enforcement perspective, it's a nightmare trying to figure what falls under a category as a CMB or is it beer. So the Kansas statutes define, like I said, the CMB as something containing 3.2% alcohol by weight or less. That is defined as a CMB. Most manufacturers nowadays list their alcohol content as alcohol by volume. I won't put everyone in this room to sleep with the differentiation between the two. It's not a perfect conversion, but your alcohol by volume will almost always, almost being only at 0 and 100%, it would not. But alcohol by volume is always higher than alcohol by weight, generally by about 25%. So if you see something that says alcohol by volume 4.0, that is 3.2% beer, because 3.2 times 1.25 gets you that 4%. Again, this is a structure, this is kind of the remains of the 3.2 beer regulatory framework, which is in the past in regards to retail sales that went away, but yet we still have this framework in place in regards to CMBs and beer. So I've had a number of people say, well, do CMBs even still exist? And the answer is yes, because technically under this definition of CMBs, I found about a dozen beers, and there's probably more with all the craft beers that still meet this definition of what a CMB is. Most of your most popular beers, well, I wouldn't say Bud Light anymore, but Coors Light and others are about 4.2% alcohol by volume. So they would not fall under the category of CMB now because they are over that 3.2% alcohol by weight amount. However, there are a large number of very light beers, as I mentioned before, some that have a strong fruit flavoring or others that have a lower alcohol content. So CMBs are still available. They're not crafted to be these lower alcohol beers like they were in the past, where they intentionally lower the alcohol, but this is just as part of the natural fermentation process that these brewers have adopted, that CMBs do technically still exist, because the state statute does not differentiate between if it was made specifically to fall under the 3.2% threshold. It just is at 3.2% by weight or less, and if it is, then it's automatically a CMB under the state statutes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
We may be beating CMBs to death here. We have the ability to put CMBs, beer, and alcoholic all into the same category when we regulate this.
Yes.
Which, if I look at my other commissioners, sounds like a no-brainer to me. I mean, I don't care what it is. It's not what you drink, it's how much of it you drink. Right. And so, to me,
Much and how fast.
And so, to me,
It's all about dosage and duration. So if it's got alcohol in it, you drink enough of it, then it's going to be an effect. So why can't we find some language that just...
So I guess what I'm getting at is, and I look at my fellow commissioners, I think instead of trying to break these down, and I'm looking at the police chief, because I'm not sure he wants to go up and read every can that somebody has. I'm for putting it all, as we look at permitted or prohibited or whatever, we put all three of them into the same category.
I concur. Beer's beer, alcohol's alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, they're all
Pretty simple.
alcohol.
Yeah. So, I mean, does that help us move forward?
It does, and that's the goal of this, was really to
Okay.
get your guidance on this, to really kind of, in excruciating detail, go through how difficult it is going to be to try and differentiate these. You do, however, you do have the ability to either allow or regulate or restrict any of these categories. You do have that ability. The extreme difficulty would be trying to differentiate between a beer and a CMB right now. That's where you get into this. Most of the cities that have adopted this have basically just said, we're gonna, the initial stages are to just prohibit everything on public property and then go through a specific list of exemptions for those locations that the governing body would like to allow it. That is, I believe, certainly the preferred approach.
Yeah.
I won't speak for the chief, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and predict that that would be much more consistent but the city commission does have that ability.
Can you also assume that if you got an open container, you're consuming it?
Well, by the current code, it's not
Unfortunately,
set
no,
up that
we're not
way.
correct.
But that's really what started this conversation, and we certainly can draft the regulations to reflect that. So on page 7, we tried to identify some decision criteria, and I think the grouping them all together in the CMB, the beer and alcoholic liquor together, was decision point number 1 that we identified for you. Then I think it is the question that Sean's raising of, how do you want to approach public property? We've had some conversation about family reunions, other events. There seems to be a presumption that you ought to be able to go to a park shelter and consume. Well, that's probably the next decision point. Do we start from the presumption that it's permissible in parks, or do we start from the presumption that it's prohibited in parks, and then you grant special permissions?
So one question, as far as enforcement, because we do all this because of enforcement and restriction, is it required to prove that what the person drank is what was on the label? And the reason I ask that, I mean, college kids known for years, you get a beer can, but you put your vodka and orange juice in it. It looks like you're drinking beer, but no, you're really drinking vodka. But unless someone tests that, no one knows what's in the can. Someone could say, well, there's no alcohol in here, I just have orange juice.
There's a surprising amount of beer cans in our evidence room, I know that. And I may put the chief on the spot a little bit if you want to speak to that without Taylor laying out a way to get around the enforcement.
We have to prove it to a certain point, and that's why we do book in beer cans and stuff like that. And then there's some times where, maybe based off smell or whatever, what you're explaining or, behavior, we can still articulate that. But sometimes people do that and they beat the system.
Because we can get blood levels to prove intoxication, but if the citation is for merely possessing or drinking, I would think a person's defense would be, well, you didn't prove to the court that what was in this can was against the law, unless you test the liquid.
But I think if we put them all three in the same category, it doesn't matter if you've put it in a
So
beer.
then it's an issue of intoxication.
Right, then it comes to behavior and intoxication
So one of the difficulties we have at the moment is we have to catch them in the act of consuming. Possession of an open container is not prohibited at the moment, but it can be.
And this is where I struggle with this and the infringing on rights of people. Two neighbors get done mowing the grass, they each grab a beer and they meet in the street and talk. So they're in violation of the law, is that correct?
Get out of the street.
If a homeless person is in violation downtown, then those two neighbors have to be in violation of the same rule.
I wouldn't recommend drinking beer in the street. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's kind of a...
Period, right.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a common sense component to it, in my opinion, and I totally agree with you, because I hate to see somebody who's just, mowing the lawn, for instance, and enjoying a beverage, because they're in the right-of-way, get caught up.
That's what I was going to say.
On the wrong side of things.
Yeah. If you're on one side of your sidewalk, you're okay, and if you're on the other side, you're not. I'm guessing that the police department's going to use a little bit of discretion when you come to that.
That whole judgment gets a little blurry.
Yeah.
And as we apply that discretion, someone that's cited quickly tries to blur that line of, I should be treated the same as them, and it gets difficult to say, well, can't you see discretion it makes a distinction there. When they're cited, they're not inclined to see that point.
But, our major purpose for citations should be on the behavior. And if we're going to nitpick and inspect everybody's can, glass, bottle and cup, there's hot tea in here, but you could assume it's anything based on my behavior. If I start acting a fool up here, you're going to wonder, what's in here. But I'd hope we'd be motivated by what we're actually trying to accomplish or control, right? And I think it's behavior.
Well, and to be honest, that's why we broke this into this conversation versus drafted an ordinance and presume where you were headed. Because, as I mentioned before, that discussion about what's acceptable to us in our parks in particular is a policy decision that will drive a lot of this, I think.
I would think from an enforcement standpoint, an open container pretty much goes hand in hand with consumption. I don't know how many people would open a bottle or a can and just walk around and not consume it.
In my career, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, so I'm trying to put myself in your position as what would be, if I was having to enforce it, to me, that would be the easiest way to enforce. Agreed?
Right, yes.
And we can do that.
Yeah, just to be clear, you're saying we can make possession a violation regardless of
if the
consumption.
container's open.
Yes.
Yes.
another important point, if you look inside the blue sheet, I didn't put it in the PowerPoint because it would just make everyone's eyesight get worse because it would probably be too small, but you'll see the chart with the different cities. All of those cities have adopted the approach which is being recommended, which basically says that we start from the presumption of prohibiting alcohol on all public property, and then there are specific exemptions for these sites. The one difference is the city of Hayes. They haven't gone in regards to their parks. They basically went through and exempted all parks. So what that means is in Hayes, alcoholic liquor, CMBs, in all the parks is allowed. What the other cities have done is said, no, we're prohibiting CMBs and alcoholic liquor on all public property, but you can in these parks, but not these parks, via that exemption which is being adopted. So that would be one point that would be an important input point at the start of this discussion from the City Commission. Do you want to take the approach of only exempting some parks, or do you want to take essentially the Hayes approach and exempting alcoholic liquor and CMBs at all parks within the city?
So would this require signage?
It does not require signage. It would.
But how's anyone gonna know if, I can drink a beer here, but not there?
Unfortunately, that's the situation we're in right now, and it's even more confusing with the CMB and everything else. So and I think that's why, to the mayor's point, it is very important to be consistent so the public can understand this very clearly and easily, rather than trying to differentiate different classifications. I just want to make you aware that you do have that ability to have that more detailed, exempt only alcoholic liquor but not CMBs and vice versa. But to the mayor's point, I do think it becomes very confusing to the public at large as far as what is allowed and where it is allowed.
Well, we have signs for particular playgrounds, no firearms allowed, no drinking, no pets.
And the smoke-free environment,
Smoke-free environment.
have that signage as well. So most likely it would require signage.
I notice here too that most of them address beverages in bottles, glass. So that could something that could be not exempted, but disallowed.
Prohibited.
I mean,
But
I
it
don't think we
doesn't
need
stop
any-
me from getting if I drank beer, Bud Light in here and going to you'd never know.
Yeah.
I mean.
Right. There are some that allow alcoholic liquor, but not in glass containers.
And that is Hayes. That is one restriction they did adopt. While they allow alcoholic liquor and CMBs in all public parks in Hayes, they do restrict glass containers in their public parks. So that is another kind of input option for you to consider. Again, I realize this is very convoluted and drawn out, and there's lots of different things. So we wanted to just start this discussion with you and really get that discussion going.
And a lot of times the glass is for safety purposes. I mean, we do that at the River Festival. We do not allow glass in there, and it's from glass being broke and people stepping on it or whatever. So okay. Now that what do you need from us, or how do we move forward as a
If there's
commission?
consensus or some direction on whether you wish to universally prohibit and then carve out exemptions, or whether you want to universally allow, that would be the next big decision point.
I look at the commission, but I also want to look at maybe the police chief and what he's seen and what he would feel is. You're the one that's going to be enforcing it, so.
Yes, I agree with you. We don't want to have to get in where we're looking at cans and trying to, just a universal would help us out. And it's, and to your point, if people could put it in another thing. But it gives us a tool to address certain situations and everything. So it would be beneficial because right now there's not a lot of enforcement, and a lot of it is because it's so convoluted. There's this is this and that in this place. So if we knew, okay, certain areas this is permissible, well, that's something we can train our officers to pay attention to.
And it looks like from the list of suggestions that our indoor rec centers it's prohibited our outdoor commercial or indoor commercially oriented facilities, it's allowed. And the parks, it's allowed unless it's adjacent to a school building. I don't know what the logic.
Yeah.
Just looking at where it's, the only one that fell out was Metal Arc Park. I'm getting, maybe that's because it's right next to a school, but I was trying to figure out just the consistency in the grouping, but it looked like it was keeping, like Friendship Center, Carver Center,
Right.
the indoor
The vast
centers.
majority of them are facilities that we control and
Right.
reserve, rent out. I think the future recommendation with permitted in the parks was starting with the presumption of trying to reflect what we do today.
And it was allowed at the tennis center. Is that considered more of a Bill Burke facility or more of a Berkeley, is that more of a kids facility or adult facility? The reason for
which
the
area?
tennis center, the beverages were allowed. Bill Burke, they're not. Berkeley Family Recreation, like Dean Evans it is. Any particular reason tennis facility was allowed?
Tennis, so the tennis facility in the original code was obviously not in existence at that point in time, so there was no exemption for it at that point in time. It would just be basically a policy decision for you to make as far as whether or not to allow or to not allow at the new tennis facility. Again, you can get into really arcane things, but it also needs to be public property. So, for example, while the city of Salina maintains and does a lot of maintenance for community theater, that does not meet the actual definition of public property. So that's one of the reasons why that is not on the list. The tennis facility is, I do believe it's in the spreadsheet under a recommendation, but that's just because we know it's a new facility and it'll be something that we'll have to get policy guidance from you all on, or whether or not you do or do not want to allow alcoholic liquor and CMBs there.
Quick question, and I just looking at this, if I look at Smoky Hill Museum, it shows permitted. So does that mean it's permitted if they sell it? Or does that mean it's permitted if I walk in off the street with one and open it up and drink it as I walk around the
Which specific one was that again?
Smoky Hill Museum?
The Smoky Hill Museum is actually specifically exempted in our current code. So you can, so it just means subject to your own processes. You can basically consume there at the Smoky Hill Museum. I don't know, I would assume it was for fundraisers or something in the past, right. But it is one of our specifically exempted locations at the Smoky Hill Museum.
Well, and here it shows permitted.
Yes, exempted means permitted. This is where the approach of the Kansas statutes when it comes to alcoholic liquor, but not CMBs, is everything is prohibited. So when it's exempted, then it's permitted. I realize this gets very confusing, but an exempted property is one that is allowed to have alcoholic liquor there to be consumed, subject to the processes and regulations that are adopted for that location.
So a couple of clarifications. Some of the locations that you identified are parks on school property. So we presume that they wanted it prohibited there. Bill Burke has a prohibition for a couple of reasons. We've had issues with excessive drinking and trouble in the parking lots on occasion. I think that's what started it, and now that's kind of transitioned to primarily youth activities and just trying to avoid alcohol at youth activities. So I don't know that our intention is to go through location by location with you tonight. If you could give us some, if you're comfortable, or if you need more time to digest it, or if you need more information from us, that would be fine. But I think we've had conversations previously about, as we look at prohibiting open containers, that could impact use of park facilities in the way they've been used in the past. And the example that comes up is, gathering it at a shelter at Jerry Ivy or something like that.
I guess I'll look at the commission. One, is everybody in agreement to combine all three categories into one?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And then are we, what's that?
I think that's just common sense to streamline it.
And then are we in agreement to consider open container as the same as consumption in
I don't
public?
think
I am.
Yes.
I don't think, it then becomes a tool that you can use to move someone who you don't have any other means to get them to move. And, you know, the intent of this is to prevent public intoxication. And just holding an open can, you know, I don't think should be a reason for me, you know, to ticket someone and run them into a police station.
Right, but as far as, I guess what I'm getting at is an open container is the same as seeing somebody drink it and consuming it.
I mean, I know you can't do it while you're driving. There are some situations where open container is presumed the same as drink. I don't know if this rises to the level of if you were to see a person sitting behind a car driving with an open container.
So the prosecutor, and talking with the prosecutor who drafted and looked at this, it would basically prohibit consumption or open containers. It wouldn't necessarily treat them the exact same way, but it would prohibit having an open container, much as it would prohibit consumption. And so that's what the code would have to be modified to prohibit that open container, because right now it does not.
But that's the question that they're deliberating. It's whether they want that changed.
Well, I mean, are you, that keeps you from walking across the street with your beer can to see your neighbor?
I'm conflicted just because of the example I gave of the right-of-way, and I'm sure I can work around it. I just need a little bit of time to think about it. But I guess the idea or the notion that somebody would be on their sidewalk, and I guess that's another question. Am I assuming that the sidewalks are covered, or have we, because we've covered a lot of material here, does that segue into the right-of-way?
What we would look at, it would need to be including the right-of-way also, as well as the streets. So currently, right now, our code regulates both CMBs and alcoholic liquor in the streets. It doesn't really specifically say this also includes the right-of-way. So I think that we
could walk down the sidewalk.
Certainly be drafted however you want, but
No, but I understand there's scenarios where you'd want to be able to enforce that in the right-of-way. You know, I think around certain businesses and walkways, but then you have Joe Schmo, which is me, mowing his lawn with a beverage, and I know I'm not alone. That's why I'm bringing it up. So I would just hate to see somebody on the wrong side of that and they get an NTA, assuming that would be an NTA, a notice to appear offense, not an actual hook 'em and book 'em kind of thing. I'd hate to see that play out that way. It just seems like there should be a little bit more nuance to it, that maybe I'm overthinking it.
it would be extremely difficult to try to differentiate them, because it would have to be a prohibition in the right-of-way or not.
And you'll have to pardon me, but I'm going to throw another curve at you, since we were talking about the kind of the intricacies of beverages. It just occurred to me that a lot of these, and there probably not many people that consume them, but the quote-unquote non-alcoholic beers, I think by definition there's still enough alcohol in those that they're not really, like, is that something that, yeah, I know.
So the near beer is what it's usually referred to as. That's usually like 0.5 alcohol. It would still be, under our current code, still be considered a cereal malt beverage, because it's 3.2% alcohol by weight or less. Okay. Now, I don't know offhand if there is another separate there is no city separate definition for near beer. I do not know offhand if there is a separate state statute that treats them differently. I know in other states that is the case. They treat near beer or alcohol-free beer, or up to a certain percentage point, they treat it as non-alcoholic. I don't offhand know that the state statutes in Kansas treat them that same way. Our code, however, currently does not.
I think just for discussion, we've got at least one question settled. I think the haze prohibition of glass in parks would be a good one to add.
I agree.
And it's purely from the safety perspective. Because again, you don't need a glass container, but you don't want broken glass all in your parks. And maybe we need to think about the other one or get some, I'm sure.
Do we need time to think about this? Do we have enough information to give staff direction
I got a quick question here. Oakdale Park, current practice, the CMB is permitted, everything else a special use permit. So, say the River Festival, do they draw a special use permit for alcohol?
Yep.
Yep.
There's a whole process to turn over operation of the park such that they can do that and they can enforce other rules for their event.
So, there's a car show coming up there in a couple of weeks. So if anyone drinks a beer, they better have a special permit.
The special use permit is for the event, not for an individual, but.
Well, this will be an event. A car show.
If they requested it, they may not have requested that permission.
Yeah. Well, I think we got a good template here to start with. And I had another question, date me back to an open container was considered, you bought a bottle of whiskey, and if that was in the front seat in the car, the seal better not be broke. Is that correct? If that seal's broke, that's considered an open container?
I think you've got consensus on a few things, but we've still got plenty to talk about. And I'm not putting you on the spot. I understand that you might need some time to think. We can certainly bring this back either as a study session item or if you
just a week to think about
have
it.
additional feedback after you've had time to think about it, by way of other business or otherwise, we can try to respond to that.
Could I ask, how does the Hayes model work administratively? Since they've made everything open, does that really work for them? I mean, do we know how that works from the enforcement side?
Brett called them and actually, and so Brett worked a lot on putting together that chart, and so he's talked with them actually in Hayes, so.
Brett Lamer, Deputy Director for Parks here. When I called the guy, he said that that it's all open. And I go, my next question is, well, do you have a lot of issues? Do you have a lot of problems? And he goes, no, very little. And I said, well, we're looking at options and maybe making our code a little different. And I said, have you guys ever, you guys have it pretty much unregulated. Do you ever think about going back to regulation? He goes, oh, no, it works great. And we'd have a mass mutiny if we tried to go back. So he said they love it, no issues, and they wouldn't think about changing it back.
And did you consult with other cities? So the flip side of that is to take the restrictive approach.
Right. I try to contact everybody that's in that list. Newton, they said that they don't have very many issues, but they basically only allow it in special event or a few small areas where they have excluded it or exempted it, and no issues, but they want to keep it exempted. They said that they didn't want to open it up anymore. A lot of times the first question that I got when I call them is, is this about homelessness? And I said, no, this is about family reunions. This is about just consumption. We're just trying to see if we're behind the times. It seemed like we were a little bit when I first started calling, but as we got going, we kind of maybe average, but most places do have a way, a better method of figuring out where they want to allow it and giving their governing body the opportunity to select sites to do that, whereas it seemed like ours was a little.
And did that take a lot of effort by staff, and then also teaching everybody in the staff about what's in and what's out and signage and all the rest of the learning curve?
I think so. One of the things when I called, some people, I was always calling parks departments, and some people were like, well, we don't handle that. You need to go to the city clerk's office, or you need to go to this guy, or you need to go to this other person, and then I'd end up on the phone, you know. So I can imagine that they have their issues too. So it would just be something that I think is just like every other policy we have. A lot of people learn through, you know, here at the commission meetings and stuff what's allowed and what's not. Signage helps, but it would definitely take some reprogramming if we decide to start restricting it, because as what was stated in there before, we just wasn't that it was allowed, but it also wasn't really enforced either. We just haven't really had a lot of issues in our parks. So I think there might be some retraining and stuff, but I think people would figure it out just like the other policies that we make here.
Well, why don't we bring this back, and maybe we could get some direction from Parks and Rec Department, and also from the police department as to some guidance as to how they would like to see us move forward. Get some input
Just
there.
one question. Let's just say you do give a lot of citations. I mean, do they alter behavior to the people you're giving the citations? I'm sure we're not making money off this in municipal court.
No.
I mean,
It just depends on the individual. You know, sometimes it does, and then some people, right. It's because depending on the fee, it's not that big a deal to them.
right, because most of us, we're wusses. You make a rule and you say you can't do it, we're not going to do it. But, you know, for people who are going to do it anyway, they got, you know, a lot of times you can give them 30 tickets. They're not going to pay any of them, and it's like you really haven't changed the behavior any.
Right, just like anything, any law, it just depends on how, someone's bent towards following the law and everything like that. And, from our standpoint, just the simplistic is the best, because, the more difficult an officer has to worry about going, okay, this is here, is it this, it's not going to get enforced. But the simpler is the easiest for us.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take the direction that you gave us, we'll staff it through further, and we'll report back.
Okay. Let's move on to item 6.5.
Item 6.5, approve ordinance number 23-11164 on first reading, amending section 38-42 of the Salina Municipal Code pertaining to parking on private property without permission and repealing existing section 38-42.
Mr. Hennessy.
Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. So this one, thankfully, is a little bit more straightforward than the last topic we just talked quite a bit about. So, but much like it, I want to give you a little bit of background and give you an opportunity to ask any questions. So what the ordinance you have before you, it essentially adds 3 additional components to our code. And it does this by existing our current code section 3842. And what section 3842, it basically outlines the requirements for a private tow. So the question then is, well, what's a private tow? There are essentially 3 different kinds of tows that are at place whenever you call in for a tow. There's a owner or operator tow. This would be if you're driving and your vehicle breaks down, you own it, but you're at some location, but you're the owner or operator. There are police tows, accidents or others. It's blocking the flow of traffic. It needs to be towed. And then there's private tows. A private tow would be a vehicle, an example I'll give you, that is left abandoned at an apartment complex for a number of days. You don't own the vehicle, but you don't want to have this vehicle sitting in your apartment complex for days, so you call in order to get the vehicle towed. That would meet the definition of a private tow. So our current section 3842 has several requirements as far as you got to either personally notify the individual that the vehicle is being towed, or you've got to place warning on it for 48 hours before that private tow can occur. Okay, and then I can go into much more detail if you'd like, but through the process to actually complete a private tow. But essentially what that means is if you meet this requirement in our existing section 3842, the tow truck comes out, there's a tow ticket that is created, and that vehicle is taken back to the tow yard. so people have an opportunity. There is a letter sent from both the police department as well as the towing company has an obligation. If it's titled in the state of Kansas, they send them an additional certified letter. And if it's an out-of-state, they have to go through a software to try to figure out who the owner is to send a letter to that person out of state. If that person continues to fail to claim that vehicle, eventually it goes to auction. And what happens at auction is there is a check mark on this form which is provided to whoever is the winning bidder that says this was a private tow. And again, go back to our definition earlier what a private tow was. The Kansas Highway Patrol has told us now that they will not do inspections which are required for out-of-state titled vehicles. So if somebody wins an auction for a car that is titled in Colorado because it was a private tow, they will not do the inspection that has to occur in order to get that vehicle titled in your name. Additionally, they have told the titling agencies not to process private tows within the city of Salina because our code does not have all the elements which are mandated by the state statute. So what this modification of our code does is it essentially adds 3 different elements to the existing. It drafts a new section and replaces our existing one, although it keeps all the components that were in that section before, and it adds these 3 new components. And those 3 new components are, it delineates the rates for tows and services. This is what's required by the state statute. It requires police department notification within 2 hours of the private tow. And it allows individuals 48 hours to get personal items out of a vehicle in the event that there is a private tow. And so the state statute mandates that these elements have to be in your local code, which authorizes those private tows. What this ordinance does is it replaces our existing code. It essentially takes our existing code, grafts on these 3 new items, and if you adopt this, then we're in compliance with the state statute. Then the Kansas Highway Patrol will perform those inspections for out-of-state titled vehicles and will be able, individuals who win them, if they're titled within the state, the titling agencies will continue to process them even as a private tow. And so the Cliff Notes version of this is if you decide to adopt this, it puts the city and the tow operators and everyone else back in the same status that they were in before the Kansas Highway Patrol says that they would no longer do these inspections or allow the titling, but it does add these additional 3 requirements. Probably wasn't as simple as I was hoping it'd be, but compared to the prior subject, I think it is, so.
A lot better than the last one. So, any questions?
Sean gets all the good stuff.
Yeah, he gets all, yeah.
These are the things that get set aside because they're too complicated. Sean gets it.
Okay,
No question.
any questions or comments from the public on this item?
I would like to ask on, you were talking about different section
Can you
codes
come up to the,
around.
Ma'am, if we need your name and where you're from, if,
I'm Rachel Vogan. I'm from right here in Salina, Kansas. I've been here since 1970. Did get to live abroad, but anyway, my deal is that you were talking about towing an object. Now, suppose that there are so many, like, I ran onto a lot of, that's absolutely horrible, okay? But then there's other buildings that modify different structure problems and they're not in any way livable. Is there any way that you can put a maintenance lock and make sure that the utilities are guided to equal that?
right now, we're talking about an ordinance that's dealing with towing vehicles. I'm sorry. You can bring that up under other business. Thank you, though. Okay. Anyone else have a comment on the?
Dalton McDowell, Salina. I think it would help the towing companies if you would do it. because if not, then they get stuck with them. And it does create a pain when they got stuff that they cannot legally get rid of.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 23-11164 on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11164 on first reading. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will move us on to item 7.1.
Item 7.1, Beck's Addition. 7.1A, consider the acceptance of the offered easement dedications from Beck Superior Hybrids, Inc. to serve the proposed Beck's Addition, a one-lot subdivision of a 23.92-acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70. 7.1B, discussion of an outline for a development agreement addressing terms and conditions of future street improvements to North Ohio Street. And item 7.1C, approve ordinance number 23-11150 on second reading, requesting a change in zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow construction of a sales office and warehouse space. The rezoning request area is a 23.92-acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70, directly south and west of Foley Equipment Company.
Okay, due to a conflict of interest, I again will recuse myself from 7.1 and turn it over to Commissioner Longbine, and I will also be recusing myself on items 7.2 and 7.3 also.
Thank you.
Leave your car keys.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We're talking about item 7.1A first, and that is to consider the acceptance of the offered easement dedications for the Beck Superior Hybrid from Beck Superior Hybrids, Inc. to serve the proposed Beck's Addition, which is located on the west side of North Ohio Street near I-70. And so this is a one-lot plat and incorporates kind of an arrowhead-shaped property along I-70, and then there's a peninsula that comes out to Ohio Street that provides access to that property. The access to this property is from North Ohio Street, which under our subdivision regulations is classified as what we would call an interim street as to its current paving width and its paving thickness. It would meet that standard, but it does not meet the interim street standard as to the lack of public sidewalks on the west side of the street. The applicant in this case is requesting to be allowed to develop the property with North Ohio Street remaining in its current interim street condition, meaning no curb and gutter section with the addition of sidewalks. And so they have not submitted a formal request that we've attached to your report, but in our ongoing dialogue with the planning staff during the plat review process, they've indicated to staff that they don't wish to upgrade Ohio Street as part of their development and have asked that their request to defer those improvements be referred to this body. And so on page 4 of your report, we have a definition for what constitutes an interim street in terms of when you have an existing street. And that is you have a concrete or paved surface that's at least 24 feet in width and has a thickness of 8 inches of asphalt or 6 inches of concrete, has a 30-year projected useful life, and a functional ditch or curb and gutter storm drainage, and a concrete sidewalk at least 5 feet in width on at least one side of the street. So North Ohio was constructed by KDOT in 2003 as part of the Ohio Street Bridge Replacement project. It's 4 lanes where the Beck's entrance would be. It's well over 24 feet in width. It has well over 6 inches of pavement. It has more than a 30-year projected life, and it has a functional ditch system, but it does not have a sidewalk on the west side of the street. And so the improvement that would need to be made as part of the development of the site would be to construct a sidewalk at the time the driveway approach is constructed on Ohio. The improvement that would need to be made to bring the interim street standard up to a public street standard would be the installation of curb and gutter on one or both sides of Ohio Street. So Beck's is requesting that the improvements to bring North Ohio Street up to a full city standard be allowed to be deferred through the terms of a development agreement or no protest agreement. And so, although the Planning Commission is the body that reviews and approves plats, the question of the standard of the abutting perimeter street is at the discretion of the City Commission. So we'll discuss that a little more under 7.1B, but that is the request that is before you. As to the plat itself, there was a lot of discussion with Beck's and their design team about public infrastructure, public sewer and water, public fire protection systems, but they have determined that they do not wish to have any public infrastructure or public utility easements on their property. So all internal water lines, fire hydrants, sanitary sewers, and fire protection systems will all be privately owned and maintained. And so in terms of right-of-way, the right-of-way for Ohio Street already exists. It was acquired by KDOT and has been quit-claimed over to the city of Salina. As far as easements, the only thing that is being proposed in the way of utility easement is parallel with their property line shared with Foley's, where there's an overhead line for Evergy. They'll be dedicating an easement there, but no other internal easements. And then over in the far left corner, there's an old oxbow, cut-off oxbow for Mulberry Creek, and that will be the site of their stormwater detention pond, and that is proposed to be dedicated as a public utility easement. So in terms of their proposed public improvements, they're requesting to be allowed to develop the site with North Ohio remaining in its current condition with the addition of a public sidewalk section. They're not proposing any acceleration or deceleration or turning lanes on Ohio. They're not proposing to extend any public utilities into the site, and they'll be constructing storm drainage improvements as part of their building permit. And so the Planning Commission took action on the plat on August 15th of 2023 and approved the plat, finding that it met all the subdivision regulations except for the perimeter street standard not being met for Ohio Street. So in terms of looking at the plat itself and accepting the dedications, your first option would be to approve a motion to accept the offered public utility and drainage easements on the Beck's Addition plat. That motion would authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city, and that motion would condition the recording of the plat on the execution of an acceptable development agreement between Beck's Hybrid Seeds and the city, addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocations for making North Ohio a full city street. You could postpone consideration of the plat dedication acceptance and the discussion of the elements of a development agreement to a future meeting date, or you could decline to direct staff to finalize a development agreement with Beck's and require that North Ohio Street be improved to full city standards as part of the development of this subdivision. So, since we have either done no protest agreements or covenants in the past, or in the case of Markley Road, created a benefit district, and we've not actually done a development agreement with a subdivision developer, we thought we would put a handout at your places to say, when you're talking about a development agreement, what exactly are you referring to? So we would be referring to a document that would be prepared that would address what improvements were lacking and need to be made to Ohio Street There would address any elements of cost sharing that might be involved, either with other property owners or the city at large. It would address the timing or triggers where the city commission believes that the roadway would need to be upgraded. And then we would want to have some element of a no protest agreement that if the city commission should decide to create a benefit district to improve a roadway, that the abutting owners would not protest. So those are the types of things that we would be talking about in a development agreement. And so the two paths that we have is for the city commission to determine that you're willing to allow Beck's to develop this site with Ohio as an interim standard, with future improvements addressed in a development agreement, or you believe that Beck's should be required to improve North Ohio Street, abutting their subdivision to a full city street standard as part of the development of their subdivision, in which case there would be no need to enter into a development agreement. So I would stand for any questions you have about the plat itself, and it may take a team effort to discuss some of the aspects of what goes into a development agreement. But the plat itself is quite simple. It's a single lot, and it's got one perimeter utility easement around the north and east sides and a drainage easement, but other than that, it's a relatively clean site. So with that, I'd answer any questions you have.
Questions from commissioners?
Just a few. So I'm understanding correctly, and what I'm reading, there'd be no extension of water or sewer?
What will happen is they will have an extension of a sewer line from North Ohio over to their building. That will be privately owned and maintained.
Okay.
And then, for example, at Foley Equipment Company, they have a 6-inch public water main that has a 6-inch publicly owned and maintained fire hydrant on it. Beck's wants to own and maintain their own fire suppression system, so they'll have a 6-inch water main that'll connect over to the city's main in Ohio. That main will be used to fill a buried tank that will provide a source of supply for their fire suppression system and for the hydrants, but it will all be privately owned and operated.
But the source of the water is still the city?
Source of the water is the city's 12-inch water main on Ohio.
Is there a charge for that, or is it charged
The
lower?
front portion was already part of a benefit district for the Ohio water line, so the portion that they purchased along Ohio was included in a benefit district.
Okay, but it was like an ongoing charge for the water?
Well, they'll have a meter and they'll pay for the water that they use.
Okay. And the fire marshal has to approve plans like that?
The fire marshal.
Obviously, if it doesn't work, then he's going to get called out.
Through the building
to
permit
fire.
process, I think two things that you'll note that the planning commission, or one thing that was addressed, is that because it's not the norm that you would have a private system, the planning commission had a requirement that Beck's would execute and record a maintenance agreement providing for the regular maintenance of the fire protection line and the fire hydrants. And so they would be working with the fire marshal to come up with a plan for annual inspection and maintenance of those hydrants and their fire protection system.
All right, and I can't recall, is there a sidewalk in front of Foley now?
There is not any sidewalk on North Ohio,
Okay.
but they would have to construct one along their 150-foot frontage to be an interim street.
So this would be the sidewalk that starts nowhere and goes nowhere. But, I mean,
correct.
yet, 10 years from now, that may be downtown, who knows? But, okay.
You have to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere, right?
When you speak of the costs and the cost allocations and the triggers, are we just talking about that 150 feet of sidewalk, or will they share the expense? Will all of the, as that area develops, that'll all be shared as
Well,
it
that
gets built out?
would be something that you would address in the development agreement. So in this case, one of the things that we noticed was that, or noted to you, was on July 10th, you approved a similar arrangement with Salina Family or Health Education Foundation that has the property across the street that they platted with the former Harley Davidson. And they are also working on a development agreement there. So in this case, it would seem logical that Beck's would take care of their side and the Education Foundation would take care of the east side. But that would be addressed in those agreements that we would bring back to you.
And we didn't give the other side IRBs, did we?
No, there hasn't been any request for anything over there, but there is a plat on the other side of the street. The thing about Beck's is it only has 150 feet of frontage. On the other side, they have something like 900 feet. So, but when we talk about cost allocations, that's a question of whether someone that abuts a street is doing both sides or just the side that they're on. And so in this case, it would seem to make sense to make the Harley Davidson side do their side and this side do the west side. But that's an ultimate decision for the commission.
This water line is going to be privately owned. Are they going to be required to have a loop like a normal area would have?
It's not going to have a loop. It's going to be, what they're going to do is have an on-site standpipe or buried tank that they will draw their water out of. But there's no public main and there's no looped system.
Okay, so this same line will supply their water for the facility?
Yeah, they're going to bring a 6-inch line over from Ohio that will serve their storage tank, and then they'll bring a domestic line off of it to provide the domestic service to their building.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Does Mr. Mays have anything to add?
Jeff Mays, Compro Realty, 157 South 7th here on behalf of Beck's. I did speak with them today about this development agreement and the deferred development agreement, and they're fully aware that at which time that gets developed, that the curb and gutter and the sidewalk would need to go in, and they're fine with it. So just so you know, they're fully read in on all of this and are fine. You have any other questions of me on their behalf? Okay.
Any public comment?
My name is Rachel Vogan. I live here in Salina, Kansas. I didn't really quite hear that last little bit. But as far as the water lines and remapping for the fabrication bridge out there on North Broadway, Kajurs and outside of the dike line, that fabrication bridge has been down for 8 years, and it's a very vital in and outside the eco for our system, you know.
Okay,
it's
ma'am,
probably-
we're talking about the development of this property.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Bring it back for action?
This is a multiple one. Mayor, I move that we accept the, I ask one question before I make the motion. Option 1 and option 2 differ by one line in C. Is there I meant to ask that before you sat down.
That, the only difference between 1 and 2 was 2 was put there if there was anything that an individual commissioner said they specifically wanted staff to make sure they address in a development agreement that maybe we didn't mention, you would use option 2 to direct us to say, don't forget about this, or please add that. If you think that we've covered everything, then option 1 would, if you wish to move forward under that scenario. I worked with Mr. Bankston to develop one of these combination motions, so your combination motion would accept the easement dedications. It would authorize the mayor to sign the plat, and it would condition recording of the Beck's plat on their execution of a development agreement.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I move to accept the offered public utility and drainage easements on the Beck's Addition plat. Also to authorize the mayor to sign the Beck's Addition plat on behalf of the city, and as well to condition the recording of the plat on the execution of a development agreement between Beck's Superior Hybrid Seeds Incorporated and the city, addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocations for making future improvements to North Ohio Street to bring the street up to full city street standards.
Second.
Here we've had a motion and a second to approve accepting the offered public utility and drainage easements on the Beck's Addition plat. B, authorizing the mayor to sign the Beck's Addition plat on behalf of the city. C, conditioning the recording of the plat on the execution of the development agreement between Beck's Hybrid Seeds Incorporated and the city, addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocations for making the improvements to North Ohio Street to bring the street up to full city standards. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Bring us to item, 7.1B, that was just your discussion of the development agreement, correct?
Correct.
You have acted to direct us to prepare that for review and execution. So unless commissioners have anything to add, that's just an opportunity for you to discuss or give us any additional direction you have on that.
What one concern from prior development agreements, is this going to have a time limit, like for 20 years, 30 years? We've had some that have expired, it looked reasonable to go 20 years, and then the project took 30 years to develop. So we didn't have a development agreement, as it turned out.
I think you're referring to consents to specials that had an expiration on them, and that is a question that came up. I don't know technologically whether Mr. Bengtson can respond, but that is a question that was recently raised.
So
I don't think he heard you.
Greg, if you can hear us, the question is whether the development agreement would have an expiration or whether it would extend until it was applicable, regardless of time frame. There we go. Looks like you're unmuted, Greg.
Greg, I think if you hit *6 on your phone, it should unmute the phone. And if that doesn't work, I don't have any other ideas. So.
Use the chat.
That looks like a good sign. Try speaking, Greg. How about we do this the old-fashioned way? Greg, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, and my phone is at my microphone, so the question...
I apologize. I don't know what the problem is, but and I'm afraid this is going to be rather anticlimactic. We can certainly address that in terms of whatever is necessary to assure that that is ultimately in place and enforceable. The term can be adjusted to be sure of that. I would expect we would want some form of end date, but that can be whatever fits with the projected range of time for completion of such a project.
Okay. I'm going to hang up on you, Greg, but I might be calling back.
Thanks.
Well, I would guess that development out there isn't going to happen a whole lot in the next 2 or 3, but I would think 20, I mean, I have no industry experience on which to base this, but just from other projects, at least 20 years.
Yeah, I think if it's okay, we'll work with Greg to identify an extended timeline just to be overly conservative.
Well, I'm just looking forward to this getting underway and seeing some Beck Seeds hats around. So that will move on to 7.1C.
So 7.1C is approving ordinance number 23-11150 on second reading, requesting a change in the zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow construction of a sales office and warehouse space.
Okay, ordinance number 23-11150 was passed on first reading on July 10th, 2023, subject to the satisfactory platting of the property. Since that time, the property owner has submitted a final plat of the property, which has been received and approved by the Planning Commission. Is there anything to add, Mr. Andrew or Mr. Mays?
From staff's perspective, they fulfilled their plating requirement, and that allows them to move forward with a second reading of the ordinance, and it's that second reading and publication that would officially change the property from agricultural to I2.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Questions or comments from the public? I see none. May we have a roll call, please? Or, no, we need a motion.
Vice Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 23-11150 on second reading.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11150 on second reading. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. That will bring us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, Johnson Trucking Addition. 7.2A, authorize the mayor to sign the final plat of the Johnson Trucking Addition on behalf of the city, a proposed 5-lot subdivision of a 35-acre tract of land located on the north side of Diamond Drive, directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Plaza. And item 7.2B, approve ordinance number 23-11163 on second reading, requesting a change in zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow future industrial-type development.
Mr. Andrew.
Just a couple of items to note on this. This is a plat of vacant, undeveloped farm ground on the north side of Diamond Drive, west of North 9th Street and directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Plaza. This plat is unique in my experience because it has, usually there's a motion to accept the offered dedications. There are no dedications that are being offered because those were all taken care of in 2008 when the Marietta family owned it, and they dedicated by separate instrument the right-of-way for Diamond Drive. They also dedicated by separate instrument utility easements for a water line loop. So the easements are shown on the plat, but they're not being dedicated because they already exist. One thing we would note is that according to the 2018 floodplain map, this property is entirely within the special flood hazard area or 100-year floodplain. So anything that occurs will require that the elevation at grade be at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation, and we're estimating that you would need 2 to 3 feet of fill material to create elevated building pads to be 1 foot above that flood elevation. The other thing I would note is that there is not an accompanying drainage study or drainage easements with this plat. The request is to defer the submittal of plans and specifications for drainage as each individual development site occurs when building permits are submitted, which could be a single platted lot or a combination of lots. And so to address that with the plat being recorded, we're also planning just to record a note or notice that would put future lot buyers on notice that by buying a lot, they're expected to submit their own drainage study at the time of a building permit submittal. So that, we just want to put buyers on notice that there's not a designed drainage solution and that they'll have to address it on a site-by-site basis. So this was approved by the Planning Commission on August the 5th or 15th. There is, the good news is that Diamond Drive was constructed to city street standards with curb and gutter, and so the only thing that's missing is a sidewalk on the north side of Diamond Drive, and that would be addressed on a site-by-site basis at the building permit stage. So with that, we're talking about 35 acres subdivided into 5 lots, and all the easements and right-of-way are already in place. So with that, I'd be open to any questions.
Any questions?
No questions.
Yep.
So,
Any questions from the public?
so usually we would have a motion to accept the dedications, but in this case, our motion is just a motion to authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city, since there's no new right-of-way or utility easements being offered for acceptance. So.
Thank you. Bring it back for action.
Vice Mayor, I move that we authorize the mayor to sign the final plat of the Johnson Trucking Addition on the behalf of the city. A proposed 5-lot subdivision of a 35-acre tract of land located on the north side of Diamond Drive, directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Plaza.
Second.
Having a motion and a second to authorize the mayor to sign the final plat of the Johnson Trucking Addition on behalf of the city, a proposed 5-lot subdivision of a 35-acre tract located on the north side of Diamond Drive, directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Center. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 4-0. Brings us to 7.2B.
So item 7.2B is approving ordinance number 23-11163 on second reading, requesting a change in zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow future industrial type development.
Ordinance number 23-11163 was passed on first reading on July 10th, 2023, subject to satisfactory platting of the property. Since that time, the property owner has submitted a final plat of the property, which has been reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. Any comments or questions from commissioners?
Nope.
Any comments from the public? Bring it back for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move for the approval of ordinance number 23-11163 on second reading.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11163 on second reading. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, consider acceptance of the offered easement dedication from the Kathleen Bradley Trust to serve Yost Addition No. 2, a proposed replat of Lot 1, Block 1 of the Yost Addition into 3 separate building lots. The subject property is a 19.9 acre tract of land located at the southwest corner of the Waterwell Road and I-135 interchange.
Mr. Andrew.
Mayor and Commissioners, this is a relatively simple replat of a single block and lot. It started as one lot and block that comprised about 20 acres, and the south 8 acres was sold off for a trucking company. and that left about 12 acres to the north, the remainder of Lot 1. And the current owner believes that that is too large to be desirable or marketable, and so is proposing to further subdivide that 12 acres into 2 lots. And under state statute, a subdivision lot can be split one time by a survey and deed, but if you split a lot more than one time, then you have to replat it. And so this is just a proposal to further subdivide that lot into 2 separate building lots for market and sale individually instead of one large tract. And so all of the lots that are proposed, the Lot 1 to the north would be 5.66 acres, and the middle lot has 5.46 acres, and the south lot is 8.77 acres. And so the dedication we're referring to is that Evergy had requested that a easement be provided between lots 1 and 2 right here to provide ability to provide power back there, and so that will be added to this drawing for recording purposes. So that is the easement that is being proposed. And so the Planning Commission acted on this on August 15th and approved the subdivision into 3 lots with, again, the condition about a deferred having a deferred submittal of a drainage study. And as with the last plat, we will work to prepare a notice of the deferred drainage study requirement so that anybody buys one of these lots will be on notice that there's not a built-in drainage solution for Yost Addition, and they would have to submit a drainage study to deal with their lot at the time they submit a building permit. And by recording that, that gives an opportunity for lot buyers to be on notice before they buy the lot instead of afterwards. So with that, I'd be open to any questions.
Questions for commissioners?
No questions.
Yep. Is there any comments from the applicant?
Jake Bradley, 11615 South Fairchilds Road, Lindsborg, Kansas. Just want to let you guys know that at this point in time, I've got a customer I'm working with. They want to build a Class 8 truck sales and service center down there, which I think is really needed at this point in time. We've got a lot more truck traffic on the south end of town. In order to do that, it's contingent on this lot being split. They do not want the entire 10.8 acre lot. So if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions?
All right, thank you.
Any questions from the public? Comments? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move for acceptance of the offered easement dedication from the Kathleen Bradley Trust, parentheses Jake Bradley, to serve Yost Addition No. 2, proposed replat of the Lot 1, Block 1 of the Yost Addition into the 3 separate building lots. The subject property is 19.9 acre tract of land located at the southwest corner of the Waterwell Road and I-135 interchange.
Second. Having a motion and a second to accept the offered easement dedication from the Kathleen Bradley Trust to serve Yost Addition No. 2, the proposed replat of Lot 1, Block 1 of the Yost Addition into 3 separate building lots. Subject property is a 19.9 acre tract of land located at the southwest corner of the Waterwell Road and I-35 interchange. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0, and we will welcome back Mayor Hoppick. I think he went home. No.
Took a suitcase with him.
Ready for supper, I want you guys. Right. Okay. Okay, I take that leads us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, consider a request from Mark Augustine, representing the Mark Augustine Trust, to enter into a development agreement between the Mark Augustine Trust and the city to address the level of street improvements required for South 9th Street and the timing of those improvements on the portion of South 9th Street abutting the proposed Augustine Addition at the southwest corner of South 9th Street and Waterwell Road.
Okay, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Similar to item 7.1, this is a request that involves a proposed subdivision of land abutting a street that does not meet either the city's current interim street standard or full street standard. And in this case, again, it is a question not of the roadway itself, but the lack of sidewalks, and then from a full city street perspective, the lack of curb and gutter and sidewalks. So the question that's before the commission this evening is whether you are supportive of this subdivision being approved and developed with South 9th Street being improved to the interim street standard. And if that is the case, a motion should be made to direct staff to prepare a development agreement between Mr. Augustine and the city addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocating for future improvement of South 9th Street to the applicable public street standard, with the executed agreement being recorded with the final plat of the Augustine Addition. So, as we noted in the intro, Mr. Augustine completed the purchase of this property at the southwest corner of South 9th and Waterwell Road from the Miller Trust. He's proposing to develop it and divide it into 4 lots, with one being set aside for a convenience store, travel plaza up at the corner, 1 lot in behind for a possible RV park, and 1 lot at the south end for a mini storage complex, with a 4th lot in the middle being set aside for a stormwater retention pond area. And so all of these uses are allowed under the zoning that Mr. Augustine has requested, and he has filed an application requesting approval of a final plat of the Augustine Addition. And so we have summarized for you that Mr. Augustine is requesting to be allowed to develop the property with South 9th remaining in its current interim street condition with the addition of sidewalks. And the primary distinction here is that in the case of Beck's, we were talking about a segment that had about 150 feet of frontage, and this has closer to 1,300 feet of frontage on 9th Street, which is nearly a quarter of a mile. And so the decision as to whether to allow development to proceed with 9th Street left in its interim standard is subject to entering into a development agreement that is entirely at your discretion, which is why we have referred this matter to the City Commission. And so we've gone through that same analysis, and we have that summarized on page 3 of your report. South 9th Street was constructed by KDOT and was part of old US 81 prior to the construction of the interstate. It has concrete surface that's more than 24 feet wide. It has a thickness of greater than 6 inches of concrete. It has a 30-year projected useful life. It has a ditch system rather than curb and gutter, and it lacks a concrete sidewalk at least 5 feet in width on at least one side of the street. So again, as with North Ohio, the street meets the standard as to paving width and thickness, but does not satisfy the standard because it lacks public sidewalk on the west side. And so the improvements needed to bring it to an interim standard would be about 1,300 feet of public sidewalk on the west side of the roadway. The improvements needed to bring it to a public street standard would be 1,300 feet of lineal curb and gutter, as well as a sidewalk. And so this authority does not lie with the Planning Commission. Their authority is strictly with the plat, and it's within your authority to defer the improvements through a development agreement if that is the direction that you give staff. So we have identified 3 alternatives for you this evening. You could decide that he should be able to develop this property with 9th Street left in its interim street standard. That means no curb and gutter, and direct staff to prepare a development agreement addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocation for future improvements to 9th Street south of Waterwell Road. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date to allow either the applicant or staff to provide you with additional information. Or you could decline to direct staff to prepare a development agreement and require that South 9th be upgraded or improved to a full city standard as part of the development of this subdivision. So again, as we discussed with the Beck's development, the elements of a development agreement would spell out the required street improvements that are needed. It would spell out any arrangements for cost sharing with other property owners. It would contain timing or triggers, which would identify what events would trigger the improvements being constructed in the future. And it would probably have an element that should there be a benefit district desired to be formed by the city commission, that the property owner agrees not to protest a future benefit district. So with that, I would be open to any questions that you might have about that development agreement concept or the interim versus full city standard. We have a handout that we've created that is kind of a matrix that just shows you the comparison of the various city standards. And so with that, I'm open to any questions.
Start to my left. Any questions for?
I see the planning commission, it says that they took note of the existing condition at South 9th when they were reviewing the proposal. I take that to mean there's no curb and gutter or sidewalk out there at all?
There's no curb and gutter or sidewalk out there today. This presented an awkward situation for staff, for the planning commission, for Mr. Augustine, and we're going to change the order of events in the future. But what we have determined needs to happen is if we have a development that has a preliminary plat and we identified there is a perimeter street question, then our new process is going to be to bring that to the commission to get a determination on that before we do anything with the final plat, so that when the final plat comes, we already know what the solution is. And we did not do that step this time, and these are the first items that we've had come forward that were going to be addressed through a development agreement. And so in the future, rather than the planning commission taking note of the street but not being able to say or do anything, we would have that already decided by the city commission before we ever brought a final plat to the planning commission. So that will be in the process in the future, but is not where we're at today.
2 questions. One, if the street standard was enforced, but then I'm assuming that's the hotel just south of there, just from the
I don't know
aerial.
what Mr. Wood has in the
I
way
forget
of
the name of it.
aerial photos that were, but
Yes,
that might be the most helpful.
Across from Kubota.
Kubota, yeah.
So this, Mr. Augustine is only responsible for the street abutting his property.
Right, but would that then trigger I'm guessing from this aerial photo, the hotel does not have any sidewalk in front of it either? So
It
would that
doesn't-
then
it
trigger the
does
hotel
not.
to have to?
And so it's a function of when a property is platted. The current amendment that is in place dealing with perimeter streets was adopted in 2016, and that motel was platted in 2004. So there weren't these requirements in place dealing with perimeter streets at the time. Obviously, if we get a sidewalk here, we have the right of way there. We will try to work with those owners to get it extended, but it wasn't built at the time because we didn't have this requirement.
Right, because, as opposed to North Ohio, I could see a practical reason to want to have a sidewalk connecting a hotel with a travel center and a storage center. But the other concern, I don't know if there's a extra lane that's going to be built on 9th, because this will be for a relatively high-speed roadway, something that slows traffic down going in. Does that just move the sidewalk in further on the property?
Well,
Is that just-
there's, KDOT standard is 120 feet of right-of-way, so most of our arterials, including North Ohio, have 100 feet of right-of-way. This has 120 feet, and there's roughly 50 feet from the back of the curb to the property line. So there's plenty of room to build a sidewalk and keep it well buffered or separated from the traveled way.
Okay. I guess I'm always keep getting stuck on but we have rules and regulations and recommendations for a reason, and I mean, North Ohio certainly seems to be a reasonable situation to make an exception. And the way this picture looks right now, you could say the same thing here, because probably no one's going to be walking down there from the car dealership, which I guess is
We're not
next
talking
thing
about
north.
an exception to the sidewalk requirement. We're talking about an
Timing.
exception to installing curb and gutter on 9th
Oh,
Street.
it's just curb and gutter, right?
And it's not an exception, it's just the development agreement would not eliminate the improvement, it would just defer that improvement until certain events that you determine would trigger that improvement.
So would there be a reason not to want this gutter connected to sewer line, drainage lines, or just?
Storm drainage?
Yeah.
Somewhere out in the future, I think we could certainly see the need for it, or make use of the existing ditches. So part of the whole premise is trying to anticipate the future condition as we allow platting to happen on existing streets. With respect to the sidewalk, as you well know, we budgeted $200,000 a year trying to address sidewalk gaps that we currently have in our system, and I don't know what that timeline looks like. I'm not even sure 10 or 15 years out. So this approach was implemented to try to prevent just having more instances of that.
That's kind of where I'm thinking out in the future. I'm trying to picture the sidewalk runs on 9th Street. I think it terminates around Tractor Supply. Does that sound right?
I think it got extended down to where the Hilton Garden Inn is, but I
that
think Mr. Wood has been given a static aerial photo, so I don't think we furnished him with anything but my recollection is that there is a sidewalk that was extended along in front of the Riffle Addition.
Yeah. So I think in the future, as everything grows south, that trails or sidewalks would be something to have on the table in the future.
I think that's the southernmost extent there to Todd Circle.
Doesn't go in front of long.
That's the hotel there.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Questions or comments from the public? Oh, I didn't hide behind the post there. I didn't see you, Mark.
Snuck in on you. Mark Augustine, 148 Mount Barbara, Salina, Kansas. I would like to add that my development's going to come in phases, so we don't plan to do all those improvements at once. We have phase 1 scheduled for the self-storage, which is about 5 buildings we're going to build, and we're not at this point ready to do anything with those other 2 lots. They're for sale. We potentially could do a travel center there as well. I'd ask that the commission would consider entering that development agreement with me and deferring that until there's a comprehensive plan out there to do curb and gutter and sidewalks. I'm not opposed to it. I just think it needs to be a comprehensive plan to improve the whole area. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Did I read the other day that you are proposing this same type of development out at Hayes?
Your approval might depend on your answer.
State that question again.
I thought I read a news story that out of Hayes that you're proposing the same concept out there.
That is in process, except that I don't own that property yet. We're still in discussions with the city and some utility companies out there, so we are looking at that, yes.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we direct staff to prepare a development agreement between the Mark Augustine Trust and the city addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocations for the future improvements to South 9th Street south of Waterwell Road.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to direct staff to prepare a development agreement between the Mark Augustine Trust and the city addressing the timing and triggers and cost allocation for the future improvements to South 9th Street, south of Waterwell Road. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, with that, that brings us to other business. Is there an item that a commissioner would like to bring before the group? Commissioner Davis.
2 of them, one of them is easier than the other. The first one is if we're going to consider decreasing the number of monthly meetings we have, we might really want to consider putting citizens forum back at the head of the meeting. This would be, I imagine, a typical meeting duration if things go quickly. I mean, this agenda was scary when I saw it Thursday. I'd say we actually handled it in, I'd say, an hour and 15 minutes ahead of schedule for what I thought it was going to be. But to have someone come here and wait 4 hours to get 3 minutes just seems really kind of onerous. I know we haven't made that decision, but just, if it can just percolate. Issue I really wanted to bring up was the bathrooms off of 7th Street downtown. I happened to go to one of the 2 Lutheran churches there, St. John's Lutheran Church, if you're looking for a church home. But our church and Emmanuel Lutheran Church have become the substitute bathrooms behind the tool sheds, in the basement stairwells. And I'm sure we're not the only 2 facilities that are bearing the brunt, and we were out there actually yesterday talking to folks. So far, it hasn't decreased the number of folks who show up on 7th Street, but I'd really want to get those bathrooms open back up. You know, we can look at, you know, times are open, we can look at remodeling, we could go the European method and just put a whole new something, but it is our downtown transit center. It's a big parking lot. I mean, it's, and not just folks who hang out in the parking lot, but every once in a while, one of us just needs to go to the bathroom. And it's available.
So that was a pilot study that I shared with the commission, initiated in response to citizen feedback, but authorized by me. And after speaking with all of you over Friday and Monday of today, I instructed Parks to reopen the bathroom. So we are getting back to it. I would agree with your assessment that it didn't make a noticeable difference in terms of use of the parking lot, and we're putting it back in service.
Good. Nothing beats having data to see if it would have made a difference. So.
It just appears the pilot study failed.
Well, it succeeded in giving us the information we needed. So in that regard, it was a good study. That was it.
Okay.
I wanted to reviewing the minutes from our last meeting, Commissioner Davis brought up about the yellow reflective strips on traffic lights. I thought you were talking about the signals here, but you were talking about in Washington DC. So you have not noticed the ones at Santa Fe and Crawford?
I don't know if I've noticed Santa Fe, yeah, I have seen those. I go that way to get home. And that's the one I did notice here. But it really grabbed my attention in DC because there's a lot more background lighting and noise and commotion in those intersections there. And it really made the traffic light stand out.
Yeah, they've completed Santa Fe and Crawford and 9th and Magnolia. And starting on 9th and Schilling.
They do work. Commissioner Lobine, Commissioner Linkwitz?
I don't have anything.
Okay, neither do I today. Okay, that will bring us to Citizens Forum, this opportunity for individuals to come before the commission to discuss a subject. We ask that you please give your name and where you're from and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. So,
Steve Murison, Salina, Kansas, and I second Commissioner Davis's point about moving the citizen forum to the front. I'm here at the end because I failed in my duty to put together a proclamation for POWMI, National POWMI Day, which is Friday. So I wanted to bring that to the attention. We are POWMI City, so we should take these times to recognize that event and to remember, let our POWMIA and their families know that they're not forgotten. And also at the VFW at 6 o'clock, we're going to have probably just a little bit of time together, and we're going to have a cake out there. Public is welcome to come, and that's at 6 o'clock this Friday on September 15th, which is National POWMIA Day.
okay, thank you very much.
Ben Winholt, Salina. I too agree with Commissioner Davis that the public speaking, a citizens forum needs to get moved. Now, taking that into consideration, instead of moving it back to the beginning, I would ask you all to entertain the what I had initially proposed was that you move it to 5:30, where you have whatever you have on the agenda close to there or after, that you have a break at 5:30. This way anybody who has to work till 5 o'clock has a chance to get down here. And the reason why you'd move it to there, because the argument of having it at the beginning before from one of the commissioners was that it seems to set the precedence for the rest of the meeting if there's some really bad issue or something that comes forward that can get everybody into a different mood than just a business mood for it. So moving it to 5:30, you would have a lot of your meeting already done and then be able to entertain the citizens that wouldn't have to stay here until 7 o'clock. That being said, the next question I have, a few weeks ago it was brought up, and I think Commissioner Davis brought it up, that he was told that what used to be the Ryan Addition out on Schilling and Ohio, that those townhomes and homes out there didn't meet the square footage that was required for the grant money and stuff they got. I was wondering where we're at on that, if they had come to a conclusion that it is okay or not okay, and where we're going to take it from there. Thank you.
And I believe that's being reviewed by staff. Is that correct?
Yes, give me a second. We've got it on your agenda planner. I don't remember the date off the top of my head, but I'll check.
Okay.
25th of this month, staff will be reporting.
Of September? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Yes.
Norman Mountain, Salina. Is the city office a toxic workplace? You've got 3 city clerks in a short length of time. I have heard that it is. And that person told me personally they know what it is. One, why are you having such an issue retaining people in your office? Is it a behavior issue? Someone needs to be fired. Okay. An elected official in Texas has been charged with abuse of power. We've seen that here in this room. And he's being charged in court. So it'd be in the best interest of at least one or two of you officers to resign, so it'd be in the best interest of your city. We need a Jack Smith, a Franny Willis in Saline County. A grand jury should be impaneled. Another issue, the wages that are being paid to your city officers versus county officers, is that causing a conflict? Because the county officers are being paid a lot more than your city police officers. Now, you have businesses in Salina that should not be allowed any water at all. We're in a D4 or D5 drought issue. These lakes are going way down. There's Supreme Court rulings on this issues about property rights in the United States. So it's coming. You guys better get used to it. Oh, here's your code of conduct. Any of you guys ever read your code of conduct?
Rose Base, 1205 North 3rd, Salina. I'm here to talk a little bit more about the Salina Animal Shelter. I've got a copy of the July 11th state inspection report. A couple things that wasn't mentioned earlier. Cleaning. And this is from the state inspector herself. One of the court hold dogs kennels was covered with smeared feces. It was on the walls, floor, the cot, etc. Thus appears not being cleaned as frequently as necessary. Cleaning of the outdoor PD drop-off kennel. Had old, dirty, wet straw bedding that had not been cleaned between uses. Now what happens? What's going to happen when people find a stray animal? And they used to call PD, and if it was after hours, then PD would go pick it up and put it in the stray hold kennels. And it sounds to me like that's kind of been a thing of the past. And then on the August 30th, the state inspector was back there again, and another cleaning issue. There was an accumulation of animal feces on the patio outside the dog kennels. What's going on here, guys? Exercise. No plan nor documentations of dogs being walked was followed. No dogs were observed being walked during the inspection. The last time that the dogs were walked could not be provided with any certainty. Animal well-being, well, that goes to the foster thing, but my concern is the cleaning. I just wonder what is going on at the shelter. I truly, in my heart, feel like that's the reason they're not being let back in the kennels. That barking video, it wasn't like that, and I had full kennels too. I don't know what agitated those dogs, maybe not being socialized and they get so excited to see people. My office was right next to the dog kennel. I didn't have that problem. I don't understand what's going on over there. Here's another one, August 30th, another cleaning issue. Employees and volunteers, out of 7 total employees, 3 are typically present at any given time. During the inspection, there were 3 employees present at the beginning of the inspection, with the 4th ACO, which is Animal Control Officer, arriving at the shelter during the inspection. At this time, there are 82 animals present in the shelter. Now, this is cats, too. Due to the short staffing, here we go, there are times when all areas of the shelter that are not being able to be covered, and the dogs do not always get walked due to this. During the inspection, a staff member was cleaning kennels but got pulled away to cover the front desk. This employee never returned to the cleaning due to the covering of the front desk. During a secondary walkthrough, this became apparently true as the kennels were still not cleaned. 3 people sitting at the desk, nobody's cleaning, nobody cares. I'm having a problem with this, Mike. I truly am. You know, the shelter was built with taxpayers' money. We were so proud of that facility. And to see it in the shape that it's in now, and to hear what I've been hearing, I'm ashamed. And I think you should be too, Mike. Your mom was in animal care. She was a dog groomer. You told me how proud she was of that job. I was proud of that animal shelter too, but I am so damn disappointed now I can't even begin to stand here. It was so hard to listen to the study session. It really was. And I just really feel like you guys really need to take a look into this. I want the public to know what's going on over there. That's the reason they're not allowed in that back kennel, is because it's not being cleaned. Those animals are dirty, and nobody's not doing anything. Now, I really feel like people need to be allowed back in that kennel. And as far as that, where they say, well, somebody will assist them, well, I don't like people. If I was buying a car, I don't like somebody trailing behind me when I'm buying a car. You a family member, you want to chat with them about it a little bit. There's no security issues. I agree, maybe killing off where the court hold dogs are at or doing something such as that, but to really let the families back in there and let them shop, that should be their opportunity.
Thank you.
Open them kennels back up.
Also on the
Your name, please, and where
Whitney
you're from.
Garacki. I live at Hope, Kansas, like out in the country, 1547 May Street. I actually am here on behalf of Linnea Alt. She's president of Friends of Animals based out of Junction City, and we are actually willing to, I foster for her, but we're actually willing to take in those 10 pit bull puppies. And I can actually come personally and get them Friday, and if she said she might be able to get them beforehand so she can get them all vetted and spayed and neutered. And then I can also look into, after the court dogs are released, fostering them as well. Thank you.
Do you want to?
Yeah, can we get
Contact information, please, if you could get that. Or Jacob can take that from you. Okay. Is there anyone else?
Let's write that down while we go move on.
Hello, my name's Lori Hall from Salina. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on the on the animal shelter. And I today when I was listening to the study, I hope I'm wrong when I heard the city manager say that they are trying to meet the level of, I guess, passage or reporting at a minimum level. Did you say that? I mean, that.
Noting is the standards that were shown
The
were the state
standards.
standards, and those are the minimums.
Okay.
And so we are trying to staff to those standards.
To the minimum.
And as a starting point, yes.
Okay, but do we do that with the fire department?
We do it on a code basis, yes.
Do we do that with the police department? We're going to operate these departments at a minimum level. I mean, is that the way the city sees things?
It's the starting point of what we try to use as a standard, whether it's
But
codes,
the
whether
standard
it's.
had already been set.
But you're welcome to make your comments to the
The
commission.
standard had already been set. It was an operating facility that welcomed the community, that took care of the animals. I fostered there. I was a volunteer there for years. And like Rose, I am sick as a taxpayer to see the condition of that facility. It is a customer service-based organization, and you don't get that when you walk in the doors. The animals, and they'll say, well, the COVID pandemic kind of, changed the direction of operation. Well, that might have been so, but it never changed the behavior of animals. Those animals in there didn't recognize that we had a COVID pandemic. What has changed is, I think, the level of work ethics, the passion for the animals, and I just think that we can't anymore allow the fact that there's a limited staff. I mean, I worked for the park department for over 20 years, me, myself, and I at 2 parks. I know that if you have a passion for what you're doing, you can find a way to get the work done. Rose did it too. So sitting behind a desk or hiding in your office does not get the work done. And they have a group of incredible volunteers that no longer want to work around that manager. And so there's a problem. And I just want to see that this thing changes, because Salina we really need this animal shelter for the people and for the animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Mai, Salina, Kansas. And I just want to disagree with Norm on his statement about you guys' misconduct. I have been coming to these commission meetings for quite some years now, and I have never seen any commissioner have misconduct. So I want to let everybody know we appreciate you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Michelle Timpson from Minneapolis, Kansas. I was here today for the study, and some of the other concerns I have with the shelter is, why are they unable to retain staff, volunteers, and the local vets? Why do we have a vet coming out of Wichita to do spay and neuters when we have a town full of vets? To me, that's a huge red flag that someone has burned a lot of bridges. The foster program that they were written up about, foster program is so crucial to finding the dogs a home. It will open up the kennels, and you learn the characteristics of the animal to put them in the right home. And the fact that they weren't even keeping records and it was a mess is just a hot mess. The other thing is, are the dogs getting their needed stimulation, like getting out for walks? We heard recently from some volunteers that they're not even allowed to take the dog off the property for a walk around the block. The dogs aren't getting any toys. They're not allowed blankets. It is very, very sad, and it breaks my heart to think about it. And we have heard recently that some more volunteers have walked out. And some of those volunteers could also be helping with cleaning. You can train those dedicated volunteers to learn how to spray down those kennels and do the work. I've done it many times in Colorado. It can be done. So I'm with these girls. It's breaking my heart, and something needs to be done. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Laura Curry. I live here in Salina, and I had several questions after the study session. I understand that you can't answer these right now, but and I will email them, but I just also wanted to have them the questions publicly noted. They're more directly for the animal shelter. So first of all, is the shelter responsible for the cities of Salina only, or for the county in general? I know there's a pamphlet that somebody got from the library that says, serving Saline County, the animal shelter is now providing services to the Saline County outside of the city of Salina. If you find a stray dog or domesticated cat in the county, you can drop it off at the shelter so that they can receive the care it deserves. The animal shelter will also accept owner surrenders from Saline County residents for adoption. Unclear on if that is true or not. Secondly, with regard to the pit puppies, I'm so glad they are hopefully going somewhere. My understanding is the rumor is that those dogs are born to a dog who got pregnant while under the care and control of the shelter. And I wanted to confirm that that is true. And how is that occurring, that pit puppies are being bred, I guess, accidentally at the shelter? And wanting to know how they were being properly socialized to ensure that they are adoptable for going to a rescue, just to make sure that they are getting, that proper care. So hopefully it sounds like maybe they're going somewhere. Also, in discussing the animal shelter standards, the city manager advised that the current goal is to meet minimum state requirements. I was unclear as to why the goal is to meet minimum standards. I know as an accountant, when I deal with clients, I really aim to not achieve minimum legal requirements for my clients. And I've only lived in Salina for 3 years, but in my experience, Salina isn't a city where our goal is to achieve the minimum standard. And I really hope that that's true. Another note on the proposed changes, that there should be no volunteers on Sundays. I was curious how many staff people are on duty on Sunday. Today we were told that as of right now, there's currently 38 dogs and 10 puppies in the shelter. And if there's no volunteers on Sunday, I'm unclear how the staffing plan allows for all of those dogs to be walked the minimum 2 times a day that is required. Also, how long are the walks and what is considered a walk? My understanding is they're not allowed to leave the grounds. They have very little stimulation. I know animal societies in other cities allow volunteers to take dogs out on hikes where they can actually get tired, and then they might sleep, and then they're not agitated when people walk around in the kennel. What we saw in the video is very sad. It breaks my heart, as that looks like animals that are not being given exercise, and even the state reported that it doesn't look like they've been receiving the exercise and care that they deserve. Finally, also financials indicated that donations to the shelter have been down more than 50% since 2020. It was noted that as of 2020, there was over $600,000 in a donation budget, which I didn't see on subsequent years. Don't know where that went. That's actually the amount of the budgeted costs for the shelter for the year. So not really sure. I mean, donations in 2020 were noted at being $50,000. So if people or citizens are not wanting to donate to the shelter, that seems expensive for the city, ultimately. If people aren't wanting to volunteer there, people aren't wanting to donate there, and they were receiving donations close to their budget, it looks like, and suddenly down to $50,000, $60,000, that seems like people are noticing there's an issue. And let's see here, I think that pretty much sums up the basic questions I had.
Yeah, if you
I will
could,
email those.
email those,
Yes,
because I think there's some
I will email those.
discrepancies on the donations I think we need to set straight. So
Yeah,
we'll deal
so
with that
I
in
just,
the email.
yeah,
So,
I just wanted to make sure that the
Yep.
questions were publicly noted as well. I will email them. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to comment on that.
Okay, go ahead. I had a comment on something too then, so.
You know, this whole topic has got to the forefront, and changes are going to be made, you know. And I think we need to give the system a little time to make those changes before we completely judge. But personally, I've been in 3 shelters the last 2 months, and but I've not yet visited the Salina Animal Shelter. And I would challenge each of my fellow commissioners to, I don't want an arranged tour where they spend 3 days cleaning up, to shine everything up like a lot of tours are, but challenge my fellow commissioners, when we do open the doors, to walk in and visit the shelter.
And the comment I wanted to make is, you know, the issues that were brought to us about the animal shelter were only brought to us several weeks ago. This is probably one of the items that's been fast-tracked as much as anything I've seen. So there's just, you know, we're looking into it. We're going to see if we can make adjustments if they're necessary. As I said earlier, as we look at this, we are at capacity. It's a pretty, if you talk about cleaning, you talk about walking, it's a very time-consuming place, and so we're going to have to look at staffing and so on and so forth. So it didn't get this way overnight, so don't expect it to be fixed overnight, and that's what I'm hearing. So I guess what I'm saying is you just need to give us a chance to review it and see what happens. So anyway, okay, with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will see everyone next week.